Yo. Yeah, it's me, early gamer. More Pillars of Eternity, cause the game is fun. Uh, New Year's happened. It's 2023 now, Year of the Rabbit. Whoa, that's crazy. Well, let's play the game. Gold nameplates designed by backers. I already knew that. No way! Yo, it's the funny elf. He's got two
Hi?
voices.
Indeed.
He's got funny voice. I? Alright, come on guys. We've got to get going. We need to make a bunch of money so we can buy that cool thing. Even though I just spent a bunch of money, but hey. Oh, the super time's not on. Come on, guys. We need super time on. I want to go to Easternwood. I wonder if there's anything, like, further up there. I doubt it, but... Oh! Mine. Cool. I want to go east. See what's out there. I need to go to Wotica. Explore the endless paths. Find the ruins. Travel with Durant. Travel with Adair to the records. We're really booking it, huh? Oh, hold on.
At once.
I'm taking that. Golden celery. Raedric's Hold. Yeah, let's go there. Big city. No. Wait, isn't... That's right. I just pressed G to try and quick save. I was playing Neverwinter Nights the other day.
You, Watcher. Be on your guard.
Alright.
Not a sound.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
Which is... not that quiet. Here to see Lord Raedric. Fine. I was leaving.
That's for my friends!
You guys just made a big mistake. I was gonna leave. But now, I'm taking the castle. Hold on. Oh, hey, Durant's leveled up. We're gonna give him a lot of athletics.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves. Yeah!
Alright. Let's do the funny blind thing.
Perhaps a little rest is in order.
No. Why do you think you deserve rest? It's like, oh, you did a little bit of climbing? Cool, I guess.
That's for my friend.
Hey.
Adair, just do your self heal. And we can just take out the archer easy. Oh. Have they been putting it? Oh. Fellas. You should be storing all this in the storage. But let's see if there's anything important that we got. Nothing, it seems.
Brave thou filath you leave.
Brave of the love you leave.
Hey.
What?
Old man. Focus on healing yourself. Adair will be fine. Cool. Where does this go? Is this like a barracks or a captain's quarters?
Shh. I suppose it can't be helped. There you go. It's no
Well,
trouble.
looky
It can't
there.
be helped. There you go.
Nice Adair level up. Fighter ability. Hmm. I like this. It'll give him more consistent hits and more consistent damage. That's just a shield. What do you wear? Huh. Wear this instead. It's the same but better. I just wear leather. I'm fine with leather, if I'm honest. Alright, cool. Let me guess, more fighting in the courtyard, right?
I shall be discreet.
Yep.
You cannot venture. Come. Aye? Chase the angry one.
I'm here.
We gotta take better care of our. We're not. Leave it to me. Rest up, big guy.
Let's see if I can win with just a dare.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
I doubt it, but
You're not. Leave it to me.
yeah. Maybe we won't go down that way yet. Maybe I'll go to the front gate. Because then I might aggro less people. I also could just go in here.
Shh.
Take out the priest first.
I'd be glad to.
We'll fare better if we get some sleep.
No. No sleep, you fool. Alright, take out the priestess. Oh no. Knock down this priest. They're annoying. They're annoying me.
Hey,
Adair, you can just solo this guy.
that's for my friends.
No, Temple Guardian, look at him. Check out this champ. Boom.
Nothing I can do.
Holy cow.
Laying low.
I suppose it can't be helped.
Mine.
And what does the flame reveal?
I don't know. A dead priestess. Boom. And a dead
That's for
priest.
my friends.
Absolutely.
I'm here to make a ton of money.
Brave thou Philothelim.
Damn, Adair really got hold personed.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Get off of him! Ah!
Damn it.
Following your lead.
Let's take out the priest first. The priests are the ones that are causing all the actual issues.
Certainly.
Okay.
I could use a wee kip.
Yeah, I know.
And what does the flame reveal?
Quietly now.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea.
I suppose it can't be helped.
There you go.
Ah. +1 to lore. Level 3 spells. He already knows Fireball. No. I like that. That's good. AoE. Okay, that's decent. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, gonna do that.
How may I help?
Cool, cool.
I'd be glad to. Not a sound.
Brave Dalfila.
Hi?
It's time for a motherfucking fireball. Alright, Adair. Knock down the paladin. Use your book. Blind them.
Hey.
Knock them down.
Damn it.
No one's dead though.
I cannot keep up this pace.
No camping
I
supplies.
shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Can I make camping supplies?
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Frail old priest is hunched over a table surrounded by scattering scrolls and parchment, examining their contents with the aid of a thick monocle. He glances up as you approach, blinking rheumy eyes. More visitors, then? You're not one of the acolytes or the guards, for that matter. His voice is a dry, quiet rasp. Which makes you an intruder at the least. Kolsk put you up to this, I suppose. Yes, that would be him, sending young men to dash themselves against the keep's defenses. He shakes his head. Would that my sermons could draw such fervor. Still, you are here. What is it you want? I'm here to face Rydruk. Will you help me? His brows knit together in an expression of mournful regret. I don't know that I can. I've tried to warn Kolsk and his people of the dangers. I have in truth tried often to sway them from their path. My efforts do not seem to have made any difference. Play nice with the fellow that wants to kill you and all your friends? Can't imagine why they wouldn't listen to sound advice like that. Even poor Gyako. I thought he at least might be saved, but he's Osria's now, fodder for his experiments. He bows his head, setting his trembling hands upon the table for support. I have narrowly escaped suspicion. Rydrick is in the grip of grief, and will not be swayed. He will bring his wrath down upon those poor prisoners. He shakes his head, and I cannot shoulder that guilt. I cannot bear it. Tell me about Gyako. One of my acolytes. His expression crumples with grief. I found him begging in the street when he was but a young lad. I took him in. I hoped he might grow within the church, take my place when I grew too old to serve Lord Raedric. A bitter note enters his voice, but he took an interest in Kolsk's efforts, his vain rebellion. I could not keep him from leaving, and now he has joined Kolsk against our lord and lingers in the dungeons. I fear he may have already fallen victim to Osria's evil designs. If I save him, will you help me reach him? I could give you the means to enter Redric's chapel below. That would put you beside his throne room. His voice trembles, but I cannot risk it while Gyako is in danger. If you can see him safely out of Osria's reach, I promise you I will do my best to help you. He looks cautiously around the room. Oh, and this will do you more good than disguise. We have a passphrase. It is, from every ending a beginning. Say that, and the gods here will leave you be. On this floor alone, I'm afraid. Raedric's sellswords have little patience for such things. I will do my best to avoid bloodshed. The old priest lets out a relieved breath, and you see the first small semblance of hope within his eyes. Be cautious. Osria wields powerful sorceries, and she has a fondness for cruel traps. I don't doubt she will be a terrible foe if angered. Nedmark clasped his hands together. Gods guide you.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Laying low. Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
See, I would love to help. Unfortunately, I'm leaving the castle and going back to town. I'm actually gonna go to Angzog's Compass. Warden's Lodge construction complete. Ooh. I'm gonna go talk to this guy. Let me see your wares. I'm getting close. Oh, they're in my... okay. DR5. I'm gonna actually wear that. Hmm. I noticed that I had some scrolls in here. I don't think I really need any of these.
Greetings.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy both of these.
Good day, stranger.
Yeah, let's rest. Thank you. And I have 2 camping supplies now. Let's go back. Huge. My character's biography writes itself. What does that mean? Protagonist Aloth Durance at 6. We've all been knocked out the most times. Cool.
Nice and quiet.
Alright. Fireball time.
Following your lead.
I may have done a little oopsie with Durance, but that's fine.
I'm here.
Hey.
I'm here.
Could you guys get this guy off? Thank you.
Yes?
Next, get this guy off my man. He's my boy.
Damn it!
Rest up, big guy. We've got your back.
Stand together!
Hey.
This is much more possible than the last time.
Leave it to me! Leave it! Leave it to me!
You're not getting through
All right.
me. You're not getting through me.
Yeah. So he bashes with his shield, then hits with his main hand? Okay.
Leave it! Leave it!
You're not getting through.
Holy shit. We won. Get up, everybody. We won the fight.
Grave thou Philoth.
At once.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Nice and quiet. I shall be discreet. Yes?
Hey.
Yes?
Hmm. Divine Pillar of Fate. Oh shit.
What?
Following your lead.
Legion of the Damned.
That's not very helpful.
How about we do a little funny blindness? A little funny blindness bit, you know? Come on. I was able to win this one without anyone getting knocked out. That's decent. I'm a little surprised.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Okay. We're gonna do a rest. We don't want to go down in this, because that has nothing for us. We want to go up here.
Margaret's.
Let's see. He can level up. Cool. We're gonna give him athletics. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Plus reload speed and attack speed.
Keeping an eye out. Stand together.
What the heck?
Following your lead.
That's my friends.
So I can prepare chance ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Yes? As you say. I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
Oh, let's see this. I guess he didn't do it. Do your funny magic thing. With the enemy priest dead, this becomes a whole lot easier.
Stand together.
What?
Just heal yourself, priest. There we go. Holy shit. I probably have enough money to get that belt right now if I wanted. Oh yeah, with all the equipment I have.
Let's see what lies this way.
Where would this take me? Outside? Like on those steps? Okay.
And what does the flame reveal?
I'd be glad to.
Yeah, get owned. Another spell book for Aloth to grab. What's inside this one? The new one. What's this one? Let's continue on.
And what does the flame reveal?
Alright, take out the guard. If anyone starts focusing Durance, we have to just, like, kill them. Next to the priestess, because she does magic. Then, just start with the weakest guard. And kill this guy.
Light, flame, and sound.
I like the new chant that Kana has. Like the
I
new
shall be
ability.
quiet as a calm
Seems
sea,
like it's
which is
decent.
not very quiet. Hello? Hello?
Stand together.
The whole point of stealth is that
And
you're
what
supposed to
does
stay
the
quiet,
flame
man.
reveal?
Lava.
Take out the priest first. Like always. Just have the priest focus on healing himself. Knock her down.
I'm here.
Hit her with like a blind.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves. Laying low.
Following your lead.
How may I help?
Rest.
That's not very helpful.
That would hit true.
Hey,
I'm here.
Just knock you down real quick.
I'm flattered.
no help here. Stand together.
That's not very helpful.
Mowing.
Parade. Leave it to me.
And the archer, who was just silently the most annoying one to deal with. Because they just were just doing consistent damage to my weaker members. Or not weaker, more squishy members.
Aye?
Brutish warrior has arrived, seeking employment. Got a new spell book for you to look at, Aloth. It's just the same book.
I suppose it can't be helped. I suppose it can't be...
Huh. I accidentally alt-tabbed.
Let's see what lies this way.
How about that?
And what does the flame reveal? And what does the flame reveal?
Secret passageways.
It's
Not
no
sure
trouble.
how
I feel about this. Hope that helps.
+2 perception goes on the neck. Mm.
Look there.
Accurate. Accurate 2. Okay. Some dead lady. I don't want to go in there, I think. No particular reason why, I just don't.
Quietly now.
Let's go downstairs. I'm gonna take us back home. Have us all rest a little bit. As well as go to the warden and see what they've got going on.
Gods
Yes.
keep you.
What are the bounties? Okay. Tell me about the forest liquor. I'll take on that. War chief. Cool. Got a bunch of bounties. Man's like, I would like to be employed. Stays for 1 day. Mm. Let's do this. Because I'll still have enough money to purchase the belt. And the belt is a cool upgrading belt. It's kind of like the special like awakened items and shit in like Wild Mount and all that. I'm gonna keep this leather armor. A lot of weapons. Alright. Plus resolve and dexterity. Alright, I wanted the hat. How much cash do I have left? 5K. I'm looking up the belt to see what its other abilities are. Hmm. The hat. Not bad. Huh. That's a decent belt. I will say. What's my perception right now? 16. 18 decks. I may as well ask this chick if I can rest again. Why not?
Hail, traveler.
Mm. I'm changing my pet back to the wormling. Suppose let's go back to Redrick's hold. Let's go to the basement. Hopefully the hat provides a decent enough upgrade for me. I should also see about getting another companion. Let's see, are there any more story companions that I can get? Yes. Quite a few, actually. I'll be fine. I think. I hope. Just wait for them to get over here. Hold the shift key will automatically move it to your stash. I see.
Quietly now.
Camp supplies.
See
Huge.
now what the flame has shown us?
Interesting.
Let's just get rid of these. That's a revenant, okay.
Let's see what.
It's
Not
no
sure
trouble.
how
I feel about this. There you go.
Ah! That's it!
Nice.
Quietly now.
Then we'll just be sneaking around, because they said, yeah, there's a lot of traps down here. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to be killed by those. So,
Faith thou shalt believe. Let's see what lies this way.
Stand!
I really truly don't.
It's no trouble.
Beep, beep,
Hope
beep,
that
beep.
helps.
Gyako. This young man's face is badly bruised, and his gaunt form is covered in a threadbare shirt. He watches you shivering with a measure of hope in his eyes. I don't know who you are, but will you help me? Poor lad's taking a beating. We're trespassing as it is. Let's set him free and take a single scolding for it. I don't think I can fight my way out. You must be Gyako. Nedmar sent me to find you. Nedmar? The priest sent you? I thought... I thought he'd leave me here to rot. He wasn't too happy when I left the keep. I told him I could do far more good with Kolsk than as an acolyte. He accused me of joining a band of outlaws. Gyako looks down at his feet. I guess we were both wrong. What can you tell me about Nedmar? Nedmar's been a father to me, really. My actual father was a traitor, and he died in a bandit raid when I was young. I don't remember him much. I remember the days after, though. Stuck here in Gilded Vale, begging for food. Nedmar was a priest of the scattered god back then. He took me in and raised me in the church. I was going to follow in his footsteps, even after he converted, and we turned to the twin god. But I started seeing what was happening to Gilded Vale, what Raedric was doing at Nedmar. He just kept on saying that things would work out, that we had to stand by the Lord of the Keep. Kolsk was the only one who seemed to be willing to do anything about it, instead of, well, preaching. He smiles sadly. So that's 2 fathers I've left behind. So you ended up here after assaulting the Keep? Yes, he looks away. It seemed like a good plan. We got in without incident, and I knew the way, but we were surprised in the dungeons, and most of us. He shudders. You'll have seen some of them, fought them. Their bodies at least, not their minds anymore, but their souls. The woman down here, Raedric's animancer, her name is Osria. I've heard her speaking sometimes, talking about a cure. Lord Raedric calls on her often, but she's not curing anyone. She's only turned men and women into monsters. He shudders. I watched her take the others. I was sure I'd be next. Men and women turn to this evil to cure Hollowborn? Madness. Tell me about Osria. Was something not right about her? A bad feeling, I mean. I knew the moment she arrived, things would take a turn for the worst. He shivers. There's nothing good comes of dealing with animancers. Unnatural, a lot of them. She's the one who transformed them. Changed my friends into monsters. Said she was doing it for the good of Gilded Vale. He clenches a fist. More like the good of her coin purse and her sick curiosity. She's dangerous, and who knows what else she's got in her laboratory. I wouldn't go in there. She has a convincing manner. Spells, no doubt. You're free to make a run for it. Thank you, stranger. I have to get back to the fork, but first some food and rest, I think. Tell Nedmar, well, tell him I still have the carving of the Pale Knight he gave me as a boy, and that I hope he is well. Good luck, and may the gods keep you safe.
Not a sound. I suppose it can't be helped.
Alright.
There you go.
Few bloodied fingernails are embedded in the dirt. Yeah.
Not sure how I feel about this.
I'm just gonna
There you go.
picklock every single door.
Yeah! Stand together! Stand together!
At once.
Keeping an eye out.
We're kinda doing alright right now, I think.
Look there.
You thought you'd get me.
Yeah! I shall be discreet.
How about that?
Let me just take out this trap real quick. I can load this because all these fights have been really easy. And I'll just skip all the dialogue with the fucking guy. I didn't realize that I only had one save in here.
Which is not very.
But I
likely.
want to collect all the traps. I didn't realize how fucking stupid they would be with the traps, though.
Not sure how I feel about this.
And by that I mean
There you
just
go.
the sheer amount is fucking ridiculous.
I shall be discreet. See now what the flame has shown us?
How about that?
Alright, let's do this. Nice.
Keeping an eye out.
Hope that helps.
I shall be quiet as
Look there.
a calm sea, which is not brave, Dolphin.
And the fire shows me something new.
Hope that helps.
Shooting at me, huh? Well, I've got to heal now, loser.
I'd be glad to.
Let's see what lies this way.
It's no trouble.
We're just gonna unlock this.
Hope that helps. It's no trouble. Hope that helps. Not sure how I feel about this.
Okay. Now, I should do what I did last time when I talked to him. And quick save.
Let's see what lies this way.
Which is the smart thing to do.
How about that?
Mmm. Trapped, huh? Minor bracers of deflection. We're gonna give these to you. And instead, we're gonna give your old hands to this little fella here.
Interesting.
Stand together.
At once.
Hello? Hello?
Dude, you're gonna give away our position.
That's not very helpful.
These are actually pretty easy for me to fight.
Stand.
Absolutely.
Hello? Hello?
And to think that these used to be, like, dangerous enemies for me. Alright. There aren't any more traps down this hallway. Nor are there any right here.
Light,
Alright, let's check
flame,
this
and
one.
sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
There's gotta be a trap down this, right?
See now
Yeah,
what the flame has shown us?
I knew it.
There you go.
So every time I disarm the trap, I get to take it. Which I like.
Yes?
Stand to.
I'd be glad to.
Yeah, these undead are really
sound.
easy to kill. Gotta be something this way, right? Through the sewers. Just some weird entrance, okay.
It's no trouble. There you go.
Alright. Yeah. I'll save after, like, every disarming, I think.
Hi?
Balloon's about to get off some crazy ass DPS. Yes. Ah, you thought you could trick me? With the promise of loot, huh?
Interesting.
I know your types. What is this armor? Brigandine. Mm. I need a key to get in. I'm gonna go here. Up the ramparts. We just do a little blinding. You know how it is. Alright, Adair. Big heal. Focus the cell sword. Focus the guard. And then the archer. Huge. That
At once.
pretty much went perfectly. Wet clumped gunpowder. I see. I'm gonna check the armor that dropped. Fine scale. Gives 9. I'll wear that for now. And by that, I mean I'm going back to leather. I wonder where the moat will take us. I'll probably check it out. Can I...
Following your lead.
What? What? Who says I can't have a little fun, you know?
Certainly.
Ah. Okay. Here's the real question, though. Adair. Let me just look at this. Burn or shock? Let's do burning. Slaying kill. Okay. Already has burning lash. Okay.
Quietly now.
Oh, there's a door here that I never opened. There's hope yet that I'll find the owner of this hell plane.
Stand together!
How may I help?
These
Absolutely.
fights
Let's
keep
see what lies this
going really well for me. A woman caught mid-step across the room turns her head to face you. Long curls of black hair frame her face, one side of which is flecked with some green liquid. The gaze she sets upon you holds an eerie intensity. More interruptions! The woman sets down the book she holds, smiling faintly. What an interesting time we've been having of late. So many uninvited guests. I suppose I have you to thank for all the damage to my work. It took time to get those people back on their feet, you know. She frowns. What is it you're doing here? Come to see Lord Raedric. She narrows her eyes, smiling widening. Aren't we the bold one? You must be another of Kolsk's little rebels. She chuckles. Does he recruit you all out of the Black Hound? Ply you with drink? Ask you to ignore the consequences of your actions? No matter. What concerns me is the curse upon Gilded Vale's people. I am on the cusp of a great discovery, and it is not Kolsk who undermines me. She eyes you. You might have chosen more powerful allies. Why haven't you been able to find a cure? Her expression goes cold. It's that fool priest Nedmar, the Baratheon. She sneers. That old man is woven a tidy little tapestry of lies and fables. Lord Raedric is a pious man, and Nedmar holds power over him, especially now after this business with Ygritte, as if that hollow-born child was my doing. In any case, my efforts are increasingly hobbled by ignorance. I think you'd have more luck countering these superstitions if your methods weren't so grim. He eyes one of the undead warily. The priestess focused Lord Rydrick's attentions upon the ruins of the scattered gods' temple. If it is consecrated anew, rededicated to Barath, then the curse will be lifted. She rolls her eyes. Rydrick believes him, of course. In any case, he supplied a vast amount of gold towards the effort. You will note that I am bereft of such generous support. She gestures to the lab with a sweep of her arm. I am left to scrounge for answers in these dismal conditions. What caused it? It isn't the superstitions of senile old men, I can tell you that, she snorts. The legacy is an affliction of the soul, and I have dedicated my life alongside my peers to understanding the fabric of souls, the essence of life. With any luck, she'll hang on that tree alongside her peers too. His voice is cold. I consider myself the foremost student of Pantagram's famed theorems. It wasn't by chance that I was called here to assist in determining the true cause of this blight. This curse is not a parting gift from the scattered god, nor punishment for petty signs. It must be a localized effect, something which strips the soul from a body, as the Beowicks are known to do. Don't tell my town that. They might get real embarrassed about trying to have me hanged. I have detected, even so, lingering traces of essence upon the body's so-called hollowbone. This suggests that the soul itself has not been wholly destroyed. It remains, I think, intact somewhere, and so it can be retrieved, sutured, if you will, back into its mortal flesh. Could I help? Shingles a curious look your way. An interesting proposal. I certainly can't leave you threatening Lord Raedric's life. How would I continue my research if he was gone? She frowns. Still, perhaps we need not be enemies. If your true purpose is indeed as Cole's claims to help Gilded Vale, then we have one mind, and you may well be of use to me. I stand at the very brink of revolution, but Nedmar's interference has gone too far. What do you want me to do? I want you to deal with the High Priest, of course. With him gone, Raedric will have nobody to distract him. We could focus our efforts upon resolving this crisis, and we will have the resources to do so. Kill him, and in return, I will give you the means to speak with Raedric. A secret way, by which you can avoid the guards. She smiles crookedly. They're not as patient as I, you see, nor do they ask many questions before attacking. She raises a finger. All this with the condition that you do not harm Lord Raedric. Yeah, die. Very well, if it's battle you're looking for, I'm happy to indulge you. Perhaps Lord Raedric will show me greater favor if I bring him your corpse as well.
Brave Dalfila.
Yeah, just focus her. Literally, just focus her. Priest.
Burn this away!
I'd be
It's
glad to.
it's literally so easy. At first you think the four creature is diseased. First black fur seems to have fallen off its hide in patches, but when the cat turns to investigate a fly on the wall, you note that an entire section of its ribcage is open to the air. Some of its tail is rotted away altogether to reveal a few jagged vertebrae. This doesn't seem to bother the cat much. It lets out a trifling purr and rubs against your shin. Pet it. Pick it up.
Not a sound.
Ah, secret, secret.
Laying low.
What is in your grimoire, madame? Ooh. I see, I see. Did she drop a key, though? Maybe she dropped a key that leads here. My fights have been going pretty well more now. Ah. Let's see if I can save time by quick loading. I
At once.
Okay, yeah, I guess a little bit. Let's go back upstairs. Right, I need to go back upstairs to talk to the old man. He's up here. Gyako is saved. He asked me to tell you that he's kept the carving you gave him as a boy. His eyes widen with sudden vigor. He rushes forward to grasp your arm. Oh, thank the gods! Thank you! I did not think you could. That is, I feared. He shakes his head. I did not want him to meet the Pale Knight so soon. He pulls away, collecting himself. Here, what I promised you in return. He pulls a large iron key from the pocket of his robe and hands it to you. This will open a door in the scriptorium. He points west. And from there you can reach the chapel and Lord Raedric without encountering quite so many guards. Take this too. I have little wealth to offer. Better to give something of use. I would entreat you before you go. Despite his shortcomings, Lord Raedric follows the gods with obedience, and he has Gilded Vale's best interests in mind. It may be that with time he can achieve what he desires. Please consider this before you turn to fire. To violence, not fire. What does it open? Master key. Not open every door, but it'll permit you to access the stairs leading to the chapel. It also opens the doors to the main hall. You'll face heavy fighting below that way. You don't have much time. Whatever your intent, Lord Raedric will soon discover that one of his prisoners has escaped. Then you'll lose the element of surprise. I thought you favor Kolsk as lord. I favor him as he is, a man of vision, but Kolsk has a hunger in him for rule, even if to good purpose. He's not led by his faith. Still, he is my friend. I am willing to assist Kolsk in restoring divine favor to the lands of Gilded Vale, should Raedric fall, that is. I need a rest.
You know, there are accounts of watchers in all of the regions I've visited. If the adventuring life doesn't work out for you, you could always read souls for coin, give people advice, tell them which family they're related to and whom they should duel for past offenses.
I'll keep that in mind. Probably safer than fighting off beasts, he chuckles, and you get just as much drama out of it. Thanks for letting me know.
Quietly now.
Let's see. Uh, uh, I'm just doing research on things in the game. Oh, okay. Let him approach. Flanked by a host of guards, all of whom regard you with mute hostility, Lord Raedric VII observes you from his throne, clad in ornate plate. His eyes have a hollow quality, and there is a pallor to the man's gaunt face that leaves his features showing stark against his dark and unkempt hair. There's a dagger discarded upon one stone arm of the throne. A thin crimson rivulet worms its way down from the blade and past Raedric's fingers, even as he leans forward to regard you with a piercing gaze. Thought he'd be better looking, even with all the inbreeding. Though his face is calm, you notice Adair's hand straying towards his weapon as though with a mind of its own. It seems I have you to thank for the chaos spreading through my keep. I have expected some invading army.
It is unlike Kolsch to hire mercenaries, or foreigners for that matter. And you are not one of mine, so I cannot accuse you of treason.
Perhaps he ought to have considered such tactics sooner. You made short work of my guards, his eyes narrow. They were good and loyal servants, loyal to my coin, if not to me. They deserve a better fate than you gave them.
What has my cousin promised you? Some grand reward? If he had any resources to his name, he would not covet mine. And if he had any honor in him, he would not have tried this here, now, when I have lost so much.
It suffered under your rule. It deserves a better leader. How do you think Kolsch is that leader? What does he understand of what it means to be Thane? He has gathered a meager assembly of illiterate farmers and scavengers to himself and sends these in suicidal action against my
You
guards.
are a pawn in Kolsch's designs, and he has kept his motivations from you for a reason. I wonder if you understand what it is you do, or what you might accomplish if you were better informed. You have proven your competence in your way, and had I such an ally, we might together put an end to Gilded Vale's woes, lift the curse once and for all, and in doing so, return us to a life where such strict measures are not necessary.
Kolsch is your cousin?
We are kin, he and I. He was raised within these walls, in fact, privy to all the privileges our family had to offer. But a greedy man always hungers after more than he receives, however bountiful. I was eldest, heir to the stewardship of our lands, and he was not.
The legacy brought chaos with it, panic and despair. Kolsch took advantage of that chaos, creating division in our ranks, luring loyal men and women to his cause. Good men, good women. His gaze goes distant for a moment, then he glances at you and his lip curls. He fled the keep in time to hole up in the wilds beyond the village, to play at being a commoner and court favor with the people. And while he plays at conqueror, the Vale suffers, families, traders, all. I do not have enough men to guard the roads and defend us from Kolsch's incursions both. My attention suffers, and so my governance, my family. He breathes out through his nose. Nor can I make the effort necessary to bring about an end to this curse if we are beset at all hours by his traitorous plots. I wouldn't talk about honor. I saw the body in your bed. His face darkens with sudden fury. You do not know what you speak of. The blasphemies that fell from her lips. The dead thing she brought into the world as a result. Gilded Vale's laws hold true for all within my lands. None can be exempt. Ygritte received a just sentence, whatever her title or her worth to me, whatever the cost I bear. You speak in ignorance, just as you have stumbled in ignorance upon my foolish cousin's plots, without understanding what is at stake. What have you lost?
Much. There is a plague among us here in Gilded
Among us?
Vale. The legacy is but part of it. The rest is fear, heresy, perversion. Each incident alone is but the flicker of a candle, but together, a blaze that will destroy us.
The legacy is a test of faith. It has driven many to madness. They cling to hollow promises, to dark and terrible things. Each lie permitted feeds the fire, every whisper from preening charlatans and venom-tongued midwives, the words of false prophets, the promises of dead gods. He clenches a gloved fist.
The flame consumed her, my Ygritte, and our child with it.
What happened there?
A just sentence.
Ygritte knew. She hid the verses from me, the tokens. She knew what I would make of them. The scattered god poisoned her against me, made her deaf to my instruction. Only when our son was born, that hollow thing, that monster, then we both knew what her crimes had wrought. Radric turns a baleful look upon you, jaw working, face flushed and splotchy with emotion. It could not stand. He brings up a hand suddenly toward his temple, obscuring his face. What does Kolsh know of sacrifice? He would indulge himself, let us succumb one by one and suffer Barat's punishment, till the final soul goes to its keeping, never to return, and Gilded Vale is but a barren land. You murdered your own wife? Your child? I carried out the sentence. Would you have me give her to an executioner? In the Deerwood we see to our own justice. Radric sits back in his throne, his knuckles wide upon the armrest. And that thing, that silent aberration, that was not alive to kill. His dark eyes narrow. Keep your recriminations, trespasser. I've done my duty. I'm not here for your speeches. I came to stop
me
you.
From saving Gilded Vale? From doing what I must to see this curse lifted and our children restored? What purpose is there in that? No, you come to put a weaker man upon the throne for no reason but that he clamors for it and claim it just.
You were a pawn in Kolsh's designs, and he has kept his motivations from you for a reason. I wonder if you understand what it is you do. Oh, okay. I'm willing to listen. What do you have in mind?
Good. The stakes are too high for rash action. Be assured Defiance Bay will hear of your assistance to me.
You are in a position to put a swift end to this rebellion. I've wasted too many resources on Kolsh and paid the cost for it. Kill him, and I can refocus my attentions on this blight. Between the priest and my animancers, we can determine a cure. My family will be the last to suffer for this legacy. I don't know. I think it's nice that someone's there to distract him from killing the rest of my town. Even if they're not the best neighbors these days. He has doubtless attempted to ply you with lies, hoping to pull you to his side. He will permit you to approach him so that he might work upon you further, and then you will have your opportunity. You truly are mad if you think I would ever help you. Yeah.
So be it. May the twinned god take pity upon your splintered soul, and scatter it to the winds.
Crave thou Philothelim. Following your lead.
How may I help?
Hey.
Following your lead.
Join arms!
I'm here.
My friends! Nothing I can do.
Okay. I can't win that fight currently. And it seems like
Absolutely.
I would have to go through all of that dialogue again. I'm gonna leave for now and come back later when I have another party member. And perhaps some more levels. I have a bounty target in the Black Meadow. I'll go there.
Stand together!
Aye?
Following your lead.
Hey,
Yes?
Yes?
kind of
No! 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 It can't be! No! No! It can't be!
I'm gonna load. I didn't realize they would just instantly be there. So, I'm gonna stealth
I'll see what I can find.
Certainly.
first.
Stand together!
Let's focus on the
Aye?
Dweller.
Following your lead.
Hey,
Not very helpful.
hey.
Look it through.
I'll give you.
Following your lead.
Take better
Roll
care of
up
Valor.
10. Saved Alfila. Cutting us down!
No! It can't...
For Takoa! Fight on, my friends! Roak 10! Fight on, my... Following your lead. Friends! Fight on, my friends! Cutting us down! Stand! Still! Fight on, my friend! Cutting us down! Fight on, my friends! Of course.
No.
Sacre! Brave Dalfila Thili.
If I'm gonna have one ranged character be alive, it's gonna be me. So I think I'll have everyone just auto do whatever the fuck they want.
Light, flame, and sound.
And I'm just gonna have myself run.
Brave Dalfila.
I feel we've lost the angry one.
Damn it.
Okay. That's cool.
At once. Yeah! What? Hmm? It's no use!
Brave.
Hmm? What?
How may I help?
Why the fuck are you here? What? Why is he here? You're a fucking wizard. Are you stupid? Hello?
That would get true.
Stand!
Oh no! Wish I could. Not like that! I feel weak.
Why am I fucking dying? Oh, Plague of Insects. That just lasts fucking forever and just instantly kills you. That's a really cool thing. Also, why is Alot so fucking dumb? You're a wizard. Why are you going in the melee?
Absolutely.
I?
Brave Dalfila Thili.
Hey.
Hmm?
Ah, heck, where that?
Just like an
He instantly died. These fucking Earth Blights teleported to him and instantly killed him. Adair is stuck on the ground.
What?
Everyone is prone. Okay, I'm not doing this fight. I'm leaving. I'm just leaving. I can't fight that. Are you kidding me? That's not possible. Everyone just instantly dies. They all fucking suck. So let's go to the Valewood. I can fight shitty lizard people. That's easy.
At what?
And they're probably up here.
Brave thou Philothenes.
Yes?
Why am I so close to them?
How may I help?
Is he stunned? Okay, I guess I'm not allowed to do fucking any of these right now. Even the shitty lizard people are OP. What the fuck? Going to the Woodend Plains. I don't know if I've been here before. I haven't. Fine. Manually resolve. Let's get out there and fight, everyone.
How may I help?
I'm gonna save and, well, not save, I'm gonna load. This time I'm gonna open with the slow spell.
How may I help?
It's no use! Just get quiet. Nothing I can do.
You're not getting through me.
Leave it to me! Damn it!
You gotta take better care of Ella.
I can't win that either. I'm just gonna let it resolve. I don't give a shit if it destroys stuff in my place. I can't win. those fucking wood people are just fucking OP
Absolutely.
and just instantly stun me and fucking just destroy my party.
Brave thou Philothili.
Stand together.
Following your lead.
I'll be back. Okay. Some skeletons. I need to get a heal because I'm low on health for some reason. Even though there's no enemy near me.
How may I help?
Well, I mean, I guess I won this fight.
Absolutely.
I need my ranged characters to be, like, super fucking far away. Because holy fuck.
Keeping an eye out.
Brave.
Stand together.
Just a single lion? Okay.
Brave thou Philothili.
How may I help?
That's it. Absolutely.
Oh, man. What is this? Hmm. I need to get a good bow.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
So like, my bow is okay. It's just like a, you know, basic bitch bow. Who is this?
Let's see what lies. I shall be quiet, which is not very.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
Any
Light,
creatures
flame, and sound. We'll keep
around
to
the
ourselves.
edges?
Not a sound.
I have them!
One of these fucking things.
That's from. I'm here. That's it.
Jeez.
And what does the flame reveal? Yeah! Yes?
Do this. You do this.
No, you.
Yes?
You do this.
Hey.
Hit him with the prone again. And we win.
At once.
Brave Dalphilon.
I'm here.
Go for a blind.
Hey.
Go for prone. You do the heal.
No help here.
Alright. Go for prone.
How may I help?
Go for daze. Okay.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Laying low.
Shh. Absolutely.
I shall be discreet.
Okay.
Brave Dalf.
Yes?
Blind.
Hey,
Prone. Prone. That. This should also do some damage.
I have them.
Absolutely.
Let's head to the road a little bit.
I shall be discreet.
Hush, Itumak. We'll just wait a little longer.
The Ranger. A dwarven woman, dressed in skins and hides, leans against the road marker. Her face is turned down, her eyes darkened by a thick stripe of face paint. She's sharpening a bone arrowhead with a scrimshaw-handled knife. Her attention, however, is focused on a bear figurine between her feet. A large white-furred fox standing at her heels looks up at your approach.
Easy, Itumak. It's not him.
Who are you waiting
Short
for?
version? I'm looking for a very, very old friend. I'm not sure what skin he's wearing now, but I'll know him when I see him.
Can I help you find him? She stops sharpening her arrowhead and slowly folds her arms. That's an interesting question. The last helpful stranger only succeeded in lightening my purse. I think I'll handle this on my own. Friend's supposed to meet you
That's
here?
what I heard. Of course, the man who told me so was carrying a staff he claimed was made from dragon bone, but I know whitewood when I see it. That should have been my first clue, but I had to try something.
Try something. What are you talking
The
about?
long version. Here we go. I'm from an island to the far south called Nasitak. I came here looking for a village elder, a man we knew as Persok. I'm a hunter back home, so tracking someone wouldn't normally be a problem. But Persok's trail is cold, to say the least.
Why can't you find him? There can't be many of you in Deerwood. He died when I was a young girl. Forgot to mention the part, did I? Looking for his latest reincarnation could be anyone. How long have you been looking for him? 5 years. So you've been searching 5 years for a stranger you barely remember? Who could be anyone now?
That about sums it up.
Actually, I know how
And
you
you
feel.
have my sympathies. Hopefully, you've got a better lead than I do.
Has a statuette? No. You mentioned
True
unhelpful
enough.
stranger.
But first, I should explain about the figurine.
She dusts the figurine on her trousers and raises it in her small, flat palm. It's carved in the shape of a bear, smooth and round. The polished adra is worn to a dull mat along its arched back, and avoid haunches, a soft glow emanates from within.
Cute, isn't it? It belonged to Persok. Before he returned to the wheel, he left a splinter of his soul in it. Something to help us find him later.
As she holds it out to you, you feel wisps of sensation, not quite memories, but
When I
traces of
left
someone.
Nasitak, it was completely dark inside. But as I've gotten closer to Persok, it's glowed steadily brighter. Since I've reached the Deerwood, however, it's gotten hard to read. Some days it flickers and goes dark. Others it shines nice and bright, for a few hours. But most of the time, it looks just like this.
I could take a look at it.
I've heard that one before. Whole reason I'm standing here is because some so-called watcher from Forkvale told me he could take a look. For a few golden dukes, of course. I was on my way out of the Balmarsh when I heard talk of a traveling mystic who could supposedly see souls. I knew it was a long shot, but what did I have to lose? I went to see this fellow and gave him the Audra figurine. He made a big show of moaning and rolling his eyes, and after I'd given him 5 golden dukes to lift the shroud, he told me to seek the crossroads in the field between the wolf's lair and the twining trees.
Twining trees. Meant Twin Elms. Haven't been there yet. I hear they have some especially memorable trees. What's the Wolf's Lair? Defiance Bay. Locals call the current Duke Wolfgren. Sounds like he'd be fun to drink with.
He
Go
thought
on.
he was being vague, but I know the area well enough to recognize that he meant this place, right between Defiance Bay and Twin Elms. I had a bad taste in my mouth, but my coin was spent and I'd already left an arrow in his knapsack as a friendly warning. Told him I'd come back and leave him with another if it turned out he was giving me the runaround. I've been here a week now. Guess he had the last laugh after all.
May I see it?
Why?
I'm a real watcher.
You expect me to believe that? After the story I just told you?
I mean it.
Fine. But if you try to run, just remember that my arrows are faster.
She hands you the figurine, her chapped knuckles grazing your hand. She watches you examine it, wary but curious. You raise the outer bear, turning it in the light. As your eyes catch a tiny, glinting scratch, the scenery around you melts away. You're standing on the cliff overlooking the water, seeing through eyes that aren't your own. You catch the musk of beasts amid the fresh stench of vegetation, and your heart beats a little faster. You'll have to watch your step up here. You look down just long enough to see the sharp, pale cliffs drop in the water hundreds of feet below you. Sniff the breeze. The ocean. I see a vision of high cliffs over the water. Does it sound familiar? He's standing on a cliff.
What are you talking about? What just happened?
I told you I'm a watcher. If you'd say the way he stares at dead things, you'd know he's serious.
You realize I've got no coin to give you, even if I did believe you.
Come with me. I've got business in the area. We can look for him on
If
the way.
this is your idea of a joke, you may be stuck with me for a while. Lead the way.
Awesome. New
I'm here.
party member.
Certainly.
Ready,
you need
Watcher.
an Arctic fox of your own.
She does arrows.
I'd be glad to.
Fine with me. Let's have him up here.
Nice and quiet.
Maybe I do need an Arctic fox of my own.
Nice and quiet.
Brave thou filath liv.
Huge.
What? Certainly.
I don't know why I can't click random areas on the map, but whatever. So, cliffs. I should come over here and purchase the belt, though. If I can afford it, that is. We don't do drugs here. We also don't drink potions unless they heal us. And even then, we still don't really drink them. I'm just almost there. And I remembered I have a lot of weapons. Okay. Yep.
Absolutely.
Let's do a
Good day,
free
stranger.
rest. Is beside you, Fox following heels, takes a seat
Even
next
if
to
you are putting one over on me, it's nice to have a hunting party again.
Sounds like you've been gone from home a long time.
5 years for me. Must be 30-something for Ichimak.
How's the search going?
It's been a long hunt. A long time away from my family. Before, I'd crossed the tundra of Nasitok following caribou herds. I didn't want to leave Kalu and our children, but I was eager to visit lands my people rarely do. But 5 years without finding him. It's like 2 hours of necking. I'm ready to be done with it.
Why do you have to find him?
Soul recovery is an old village tradition. We call it the Tarnek Ilitsak. Once in a generation, we seek the soul of a much respected and long dead village elder. We tell him what's changed in the village, how people remember him. The only other Tarnek Ilitsak during my lifetime happened when I was a girl, not long after Persak died. We feasted on blubber and fermented milk for a week, and we honored the chosen huntress as a hero. Then she left,
Okay.
and we returned to our duties. We still sang her name to the skies during festival season, but we otherwise didn't speak of her.
I'm sure your village still remembers you, Sagani. You kind of say so, but I'm not so fragile. I mean, I need my name chanted in the meeting halls.
It's not being forgotten by my village that troubles me. But sometimes I wonder how my husband and children remember me, if they think of me often.
It must be difficult.
Still, there's no point in dwelling on it. More often, I find myself wondering whether Persak will remember us. You claim to see souls. What do you think? Do you remember your past lives?
In fragments. What's it like? I've been learning a lot about myself.
Good things, I hope. Maybe Persak will be the same way. Would make my job of telling him about the village a lot easier.
What would you tell him?
Masuk is probably much the same as it was 100 years ago. We live between tundra and frozen forests, and the land takes as much as it gives. But our hardships bring us together. And the elders truly unite us. They keep the stories of past generations, and they guide us from season to season, through good years and lean.
Recently, there have been a lot of good years. My aunts say we've had fewer clashes with neighboring villages thanks to the hunting territories that Persak helped establish. In bad years, we rely on trade with the merchants that pass our shores. We exchange walrus tusks and seal belts for grains that last us the hard winters. Bristock brokered a lot of those agreements too. Shields with the bear figurine. He got this from one of the Awamawa ships that used to trade with us. Sounds like he did a lot for your
That's
people.
what I'm supposed to remind him.
Sounds like you're on a hunt of your own, though. Feeling the thrill of the chase, or ready for this to be over? I enjoy the adventure. Every day brings something new. Refreshing indeed. Might as well keep moving while we've got some daylight. Let's talk some more. I lied. You fucking kidding me? That's so fucking annoying. Here's this fight that you can't win. Oh, and also, if you don't do anything regardless, your entire fucking keep gets destroyed. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell? I'll be back. My tea just spilled all over me. It's a bit annoying when that happens. But whatever. I guess I just gotta make a shitload of money. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that spell? Holy shit.
At once.
Oh, cool. Let's go to Cade Nua. Let's try and see if we can't prevent that bad shit from happening. Though I doubt it.
Very nice. We're not sleeping here, are we?
We are.
Brave.
Okay.
Hi?
Kind of stuck over here.
What?
I'm here.
What?
How may I help?
I might actually win this one.
I'm here.
Can't get a good shot.
Leave it to me. Hey.
Holy fuck. We did it.
Even if you are putting one over on me, it's nice to have a hunting party again. 5 years for me. It's been a long hunt. Then she left, and we returned. It's not being still. There's no point in. Good things, I hope. Masu. That.
Hmm.
I trust all.
Well, we're leaving. Thank God we were able to beat that, because holy fuck, I did not want to
Walls need some
lose all
work.
those, That would have sucked. Writing to the compass. I need to get that belt for Durance. it makes sense to give him the belt if he's, you know, the guy who talks about burning things. So, why not? Trade that. Excuse me, madam.
How do you do? Greetings.
I'm poor. That's fine. Let's try Magrin's Fork. Let's see if we can do that bounty. I mean, we've got a full party now, so...
Quietly now.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Tatsugani.
Okay, I could probably win that. I just have to sneak up to them.
Shh. At once. Shh.
Yes?
Yes?
Take out the ranger. Am I in melee? Hold the fuck on. Is my character doing melee? No, don't do that. You're a ranged character. You only
I'm
have
here.
melee as like a backup thing. Oh my god, no wonder.
Aye?
Hey.
Why did you fucking engage with him? Are you fucking stupid?
Take better care of that,
I can't win. They're way too high level for me, I guess.
I'd be glad to. Yes?
I'm here.
Aye?
You know, I could have him do that too.
I'm here.
No. Yeah, I can't. Can't fight those guys.
Absolutely.
Alright guys, go on a training arc or something.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Damn, they even say the thing. Okay. I want to actually look up the recommended level for these. What level am I? 5th level. Okay. People are saying like, yeah, I did them at like 5th to 7th level. Or 6th to 7th, not 5th. Let's go to Black Meadow and go down to that bridge. I want to go to the city. And to the bridge. There's just a single dude here. Bunch of little guys here to kill.
Following your lead.
Absolutely.
Okay. You know, I expected the, like, entrance to a notable port city to be a lot safer. And with, like, you know, less goblin-like creatures just chilling out near it.
I'll take a look.
Stand together.
Get on!
We do a little healing on the animal. That's just telling me the construction is done. Another little fucking gremlin here. Who's this? Curse my luck, the woman mutters, kicking her foot into the ground and upturning a clod of soil. As you approach, her ears twitch and she turns to greet you. Hail, traveler, she says with a half-hearted hand wave. The bridge to Defiance Bay is out. If that's where you're headed, you need to find another route. What destroyed it? There has been rising on account of all the storms. Here, where the river narrows, the flooding did most of the damage. The Orlan woman folds her arms, scowl overtaking her face. Guess they don't make things to last around here, do they? One of the stone columns collapsed in a flash flood, taking the whole middle section of the bridge out to sea. Madmer Bridge was the most direct route from Gilded Vale to Defiance Bay. Merchants and travelers now have to find boat passage or add days of extra travel to loop around the bay. So I started a ferry service, thinking I'd earn some coin to help with this crossover to the bay. Peregrine shakes her head, her ears twitching as she speaks, and that was a bigger mistake than the time I allowed a cipher to court me. How so? I had been attempting to turn a quick copper, but just my luck. The blasted currents threw my ferry into the rocks, dashed it and my profits to pieces. Making matters worse, when I went to prowl the shore to salvage whatever shipping crates didn't sink, a pair of looters attacked me. She stomps her foot into the ground. The damn brigands had the nerve to attack! I managed to avoid harm, but now they have stolen by force all that's left of my fortune. You know, you look like you'd fare better against those looters than little old me. Could I enlist your help? Sure. How do I get to Defiance Bay? Restore best course of action, follow the river north. Yeah. I'll help you out.
Slow and silent.
I'm here.
Yeah, I could do that.
Brave thou Philothili.
I could take out looters. Gathered around the soggy timbers of a shipwreckage, men and women picked through the driftwood, snatching muddy silverware, moldy clothes, chipped pottery, and anything they could spot amongst the detritus. All eyes turn to you as you approach. The group trade nervous stares at you until at last a woman in muddy clothes steps forward and speaks. "Where are Bretol and Taran?" she asks. "They were just up along that path, and we heard fighting." Her eyes narrow and a hand moves toward a knife on her belt as she anticipates your reply. "They attacked us. It was a matter of self-defense." You killed them?" You see Hanwen's eyes tear up before she buries her face in her hands. The men and women around her take a step back, eyeing you cautiously. "You speak of self-defense. Well, we are defending ourselves from this storm. The floods took our entire farm. We have nothing left, nothing. No food, no roof, and now I don't even have my cousins. We don't want to fight you. We've lost enough already. Please, just let us leave. Please just leave us. Give me your investigate missing cargo. We mistook your cousins for looters." "Looting? But this is a wreck. What value does it have? Please, we need these supplies dearly." "The storm took everything from us. It's not our desire to steal, but we are destitute. Should we let these wares just sink to the river bottom? You're still... Can I help?" Perhaps you could tell the merchant you found nothing beyond bits of driftwood. From her point of view, it will be as if the river washed it all away. Besides, how much copper will she really make by selling these rotten clothes and soiled wares? I'll see what I could do. Thank you. You're the first turn of good fortune to come our way. in a very long time. We don't have much, but take this as a token of our thanks.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Picked through the wreckage, found nothing salvageable. Must have washed away. Figured as just much. Thanks for assistance. You figure out how you'll recover the investment. Thanks for trying to find yourself in Divine's Bay. Search out my shop. I need all the customers I can get. Sure. Yeah, no, those guys were just kind of hostile. It's their fault for trying to kill me. I want to see just how
Looks like
bad
we'll be
it
taking
is.
the long way to Defiance Bay.
Yeah. Looks like it. Yup. I don't have fucking money. What do you want me to do?
Welcome.
Tell me about Defiance Bay. Don't have time. Vodka? What's on it? You're on edge? Thousands, bunch of refugees. Okay. Let's go to Copper Lane.
Defiance Bay, the city at the heart
Oh.
of the Deerwoods Revolution, now seems on the brink of another. Refugees line the streets, homeless and hungry, displaced by Whiteone's legacy, hoping for relief within the city walls, and finding none. Dissidents congregate to protest and to heckle, calling for an end to animancy and the ouster of their duke. The city's militiamen cast fearful looks as they patrol the streets, their hands trembling at the hilts of their weapons. The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god now appears to be a spark away from sharing the deity's fate.
Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in.
It used to be a lot less of a mess.
Good day, stranger.
New in town, eh? Picked an interesting time to visit Defiance Bay. All these refugees fleeing the frontier and finding the legacies no better here. See Animancers, Magrin scorch 'em, and they nest in this city like rats. You mark my words, though, us dozens are gonna put a stop to it. What are you doing here? Trying to get the folk to see reason. We're in the midst of a crisis and insisting on purging the instead of purging the nefarious forces from our city, the Duke is granting Animancers dangerous liberties. What do you know about Animancy? Is a study and manipulation of essence, which any sane person will tell you is the purview of gods. The adherents at least have the sense to outlaw it, which is the only good thing you can say about it. It's not like magic chanting or the soul readings those ciphers do. It's been around since ancient Ingwithan times, which is why you'll see Animancers tinkering with old Ingwithan artifacts. Half-truths all, but he's an enthusiastic performer, I'll give him that. Trouble is, the Animancers got no idea what half those artifacts actually do, not that they'll admit it. Empathetic friend is correct about one thing at least. Right, tell me about the dozens. We're an organization of interested citizens who want to free Defiance Bay from the dangerous influence of Animancers and the tyranny of the aristocrats who support them. We also consider ourselves a militia of sorts, seeing as the Crucible Knights are little more than a flock of printing nobles in training these days. Just like a militia, the dozens, except for the training and the discipline and the code of honor. And we're always looking to expand. The more people see things our way, the better for the state of the country. You have any interest in learning more, stop by Admet's Den sometime. The Expedition Hall. A lot of free thinkers in there. Can set straight all the nonsense the nobles and the animancers want you to believe. Might even be some paid work there for motivated types. It's about to find Spain. Aye, I bet they don't teach about the colony that trounced Hadrit's handmaiden back in good old Ader, do they? This is the capital of the free Palatinate of the Deerwood. We started out as the capital of an Adirian colony, but we booted the flaccid scepter from these lands 150 years ago. These days, we're a major port receiving trade and visitors from all over the world. But we, some of us anyways, strive to hold on to the pioneering spirit that earned us our freedom a century and a half ago. The city's divided into 5 districts: Copper Lane, First Fires, Andra's Gift, Brackenbury, and Heritage Hill. Copper Lane. This is Copper Lane. It's a market district. Expedition Hall directly north. You can join treks to the wilds. It's also where the dozen martyrs tend to meet up with other citizens. And that's the Hall of Revealed Mysteries, eerie place, but they've got the biggest library in Deerwood. True. Brackenbury. Nobility. Okay. First Fires. Palace, Embassy, Crucible Keep, Temple of Wodica, Guilt, Sailors. Okay, so that's like the poor district. Salty Mast, warehouses, abandoned homes, Heritage Hill. Ancient Ingwithan Tower, Cemetery, Animancy Patrons. Okay. Cool. The Goose and Fox.
How do you do?
Lively place. Found in early days of independence by a scholar named Errol of Levy. Okay. Didn't take long for the place to fill up. Aristocrats argued with dock workers from the gift, while soldiers wrangled politicians. Never been known to turn down an argument. Happened. Youth were coming from farms and settlements, got more popular than the Vanland sailors. And Salty Mass, that was the problem. No matter what people say about fair-mindedness, there's only so much people will tolerate. Found himself on the wrong side of an argument with the wrong Thane. When he disappeared a few days later, some said it was the work of him. But Errol knew which way the wind was blowing. If you ask me, skip town. Head out somewhere hoping for rational minds to prevail. If only you could see it now. What about yourself? Bishop used to be a scholar, now run the inn. How'd you go from religion to that? Journey's not long, Hollowborn, then this. Sister's son, beginning of Wyden's legacy, he was one of the first. Never expected to be so many. Tragedy is part of the cycle, but it's followed by rebirth. Yet every year, more parents were grieving for their Hollowborn children, and the gods were silent. What answer were you? That's tough. Birth promises rebirth, cycles, but the only cycle I found was this one. Taps a bar. Have a drink, have another, and another, until I couldn't remember how I got home. Wake up, come back. Finally woke up one day to see the family packed up and left. For all I know, they'd left days before and I just hadn't noticed, but they were gone, so I came here. Cleaned up since then. Not that I found my answers. I just stopped asking questions. Okay. That's a little sad. I don't take drugs. Buys dog. Puts it in storage.
Let's see what lies this way.
I'm here.
The dozens. Pretty sure you won't find one among them who stood within 100 miles of that bridge when the Godhammer went off. Too bad, too. Then there'd be less of them.
Why do they call themselves that? Those 12 Derwoodans stood outside Halga Citadel waiting for Widewind to cross the bridge there. They had to hold him there long enough for the Godhammer to detonate, so that's what they did. Godhammer? That's what they called the bomb they blew up Widewind with. Don't know much about it other than that. Anything kills a living god, guess you gotta name it. What do you have against the dozens? Ah, nothing serious. Nothing I don't have against a lot of folks anyway. The dozens, they like to take things into their own hands. Gets ugly sometimes. We don't have them in Gilded Vale, but they'd be right at home there. They pickled that name so they could do what they wanted and feel like it was right. Got nothing to do with honor or sacrifice. They'd like to invoke Magrin too, when they especially want to feel right. Somehow I don't think she'd be too impressed with that lot. Sure, she'd like to set them on fire anytime they use her name. The gods probably got rules against that kind of thing. People hide behind symbols so they can't be questioned. The Duke's a reasonable man. Maybe while we're in Defiance Bay, we can get him to force people to call themselves what they are. Don't imagine they'd have as many members if they called themselves the loudmouth sheep fuckers.
Absolutely.
Hey, good one. Woman sits by herself, spinning something on the table in front of her and watching it with furious intensity. It's about the size of a coin. It wobbles over a crack in the wood with a metallic rattle. She snatches it up with one hand and slams a half-empty cup down on the table with the other. This is not a good time. You look like you could use another drink. I'll get there. She takes a long drink from her glass. She's trying to calm down and trying to talk myself out of something foolish. Something foolish? She says nothing for a few moments, as if hoping you'll leave. At last, Kaner looks up at you. The lamplight falls across her face. A purpling bruise is blossoming along her cheekbone. There's something I need to give to my fiancé, Pernisk. Only he doesn't seem to go anywhere without his new friends, and they're not exactly pleasant company. Who hit you? I know how this looks, but you don't understand. It's not like Pernisk. It's these new friends of his. They brought out the worst in him. Tell me about them. They come into our house with their dead eyes and their black teeth. I'm not a fool, I know what it means. Pernisk makes me leave when they show up, but it's obvious what they can come to do. Last time they came, I told them to get out. Let them have their fun somewhere in the gift, but not under my roof. She scowls and then winces, her fingertips gently probing her bruise. Svef changes you, I guess. The Pernisk I knew wouldn't have squashed a spider. I never thought he'd... Svef makes people calm and listless. It shouldn't make them violent. I don't really know. Seemed better than believing he'd always been that way. Maybe I could talk to him? There's nothing more to say when we're finished. I just want to give this back to him and have a clean break. It was his grandmother's. Even after this, I don't have the heart to sell it off, but if I go back there myself, I know what'll happen. I lose my temper, and I'll probably wind up with another one of these. Points to her brood, but I've heard you're trustworthy. If you give this back to him, he'll know we're done. I'll take it to him. House is just north. Please don't hurt him. As furious as I am, I don't want that on my conscience. Okay.
Shh. It's no trouble.
I could do that.
There you go.
Ooh. Nice ring.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very.
Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Hail, traveler.
An Orland man relaxes with his feet propped up on the table. Patches of dark brown skin peek out from under a full mane of blue-green hair. He and the Orlan woman with him exchange laughs and comments with the trio at a nearby table, and he spins a dagger in his hand. His hazel eyes watch you. You're lucky you've seen a night or two in the wilds. Joining us for a drink? Who are you? Name's Two-Tone Weaksel. The lady next to me is Key. We've had our fun with the expeditions, but we were hoping to enjoy a little peace and quiet for the next few weeks anyway. I'm Dreadshot Dayton. This is Hurdy and Ilfa. We were part of separate expedition teams, but we both suffered losses and decided to band together. He takes several items off his fingers. Beasts, barbarians, Beowicks. It's a dangerous time to be an adventurer, but a prosperous one too. At the next table, Dayton raises his glass. Here's to many more prosperous journeys. Is there something else you wanted? Nope.
I'll take a look.
It's
I
no
suppose
trouble.
it can't be helped. There you go.
I'm on the trail.
Hey,
I'm here. Not sure how I feel about this. There you go.
Woo!
And what does the flame reveal?
Just picked up a book. Ah. Poetry.
I'll take a look.
Yes. Quite friendly, aren't you? I suppose it can't be helped. There you go.
Huh. It's a lot easier to steal than I thought in this game. You just have to get out of line of sight, then move in while you're stealthing, because it takes time for them to notice you.
Greetings.
Yes?
So let's see.
Certainly.
Welcome.
I'm here. Absolutely.
Yummy. Need.
At once.
Trying to recover from losing the cargo, huh? You just sell traps, for the most part, it seems.
Gods keep you.
What do you have? Okay, that's good. That's pretty decent stuff. Summon. Once per rest. 15k.
Gods keep ye.
Huh? This guy's got a fucking dragon egg! Where did he get him? What the hell? How's that possible? Right, everyone knows the plan. Out the wall in the window, grab the jewel for the pretty little lord. We got it. Listen, dwarf, if I have to... Lena, we have company. Hey. You, looking for someone? Because this isn't the best. Idiot, they're probably with the Crucible Knights. You made a grave mistake coming here.
Brave thou Philotheles.
Absolutely.
Keeping an eye out. It's
Not
no
sure how I
trouble.
feel about this. Hope that helps.
It's a lot of cash.
Look there.
Ooh, a cunning trap. Look there, a cunning trap. Well, I guess I gotta go tell someone that there's some sort of thievery planned by somebody.
Well, whatever happens, at least we're out of that mud hole, Gilded Vale. I grew up in Gilded Vale. Quaint. That's what I meant to call it. No, you had it right.
No, it is a shithole. No, it does fucking suck. No, you're right about that. I ain't saying you were wrong. I want to go to the house this way. Well, Pernisk. I recognize that name. Why do I recognize that name? Oh,
Not a sound.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Of course.
Yes? Not sure how I feel about this.
why not? All right.
Good day, stranger.
Well, now, new face. Welcome. My name's Pernisk, and this is my humble abode, place of business. Took a lot of guards. You must be popular. Sure, you're right. Very perceptive. The business attracts some less pleasant types. So clientele get a little pushy. Every so often, someone even turns out to be snooping and things they shouldn't. Lessons have to be taught. Sure, you're too smart to get wrapped up in all that, of course. What's Svef? You can have this Svef. I don't want that. You can also buy these off of me.
Good day, stranger.
You recognize the wedding band you gave her? She she seemed to care for you. Why are you doing this? Seems difficult thing to forget given your grandma's ring. Does anyone have 14 resolve?
Hey.
Really? Do I have anything here that'll give me +2 resolve? Or anything else that will give me plus resolve that I handed to someone else?
I'd be glad to.
Methinks that may not be, yours husband.
Keeping an eye out.
Towers.
Hello? Hello?
Quietly now.
Items like grappling hooks, hammer, and chisel sets are always consumed. They're used in special interactions.
Have you ever chased a skirt wizard? Or do
I
you
knew that.
merely hide behind them?
Don't pawn your personal problems off on me.
They will use you, cast you off when it suits them. Never speak another word to you.
Maybe they just don't answer to fiery whore.
True.
Shh.
Hail, traveler.
Let me guess. Whiteleaf? Snowcap? You're a scrivener? Yes, I'm a scrivener. I read books. I write books. Won't say it a book, but only because it looked like sweet pie. Perhaps it was sweet pie made to look like a book. Interesting. Done by the dormitory? What do you have for sale? A lot of stuff.
Laying low.
Let
There
me
you
just,
go.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
I'm here.
Greetings.
Here's some snowcap that I just conveniently found somewhere. I don't know where, though. It was pretty wacky. This elderly man paces back and forth, taking short, hobbled steps. His gaze is distant, and beneath it are the dark rings of many restless nights. He appears to be having a conversation with someone who isn't there. And the way you fought, cutting down two at a time, we shared quite a victory, you and I. Who are you talking to? Oh, by the flame, for just a moment I thought I heard her. What troubled you? Just the memories of my youth and the North Watch Rangers, trials and adventures from a lifetime ago. Of late, the memory of lost battles and fallen friends have been especially vivid. Tell me about the memories. It's been nearly 60 years. We were known throughout the Deerwood then. We thought we'd adventure together forever, collecting coppers and inspiring songs. That was until we faced Helig of Time. He was a wizard whose experiments in necromancy left a trail of bodies, some reanimated from Solace Vale to Midwood. We tracked him as he fled toward the Valian Republics, catching him just west of the Lake of Drowned Tombs. We were fools. Seasoned as we were not prepared for his foul magic. Our numbers were nothing against his power. A wiser man would have ordered a retreat. Not me. By some curse of the gods, I was knocked out, and when I awoke, my rangers, my Rowena, they were all dead. Who's Rowena? My friend, my comrade in arms, and my love. We planned to adventure together until we grew old enough to settle down and enjoy our fortunes. Young as we were, we couldn't imagine anything would tear us apart. I know this sounds like an old man's madness, but I hear her. A voice just over my shoulder calling to me in my dreams. At night I see her wandering the catacombs beneath the city trying to escape. Foolish as it sounds, I can't shake the idea that she's somehow down there waiting for me. I've even ventured below, though it damn near cost me my life. Were I half the warrior I was in my youth, I'd search every grave and rat hole. As it is, I'm stuck with this feeble body and the agonizing notion that my love is somewhere down there beyond my help. I'll help out. There's an entrance just southwest of here, on the other side of the canal. You are truly a gift from the gods. If there's anything you can find of her. Okay. Alright. Catacombs. Sounds like a great place to train. Skinflint. Who the hell are you? Oh. Backer character. Don't care. I'm not here to read lore of random characters with no importance to the story. As you approach the dead man, you can feel the faint traces of his soul lingering, a stunned uncertainty holding it in place. When you near without warning, the soul hurries towards you as though you were a solitary light in the dank gloom of this place come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. You're in a different body now, walking deeper into the catacombs, clothed in a dark robe with a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along the canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed like you, traveling in the same direction. You don't know his name, and that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with a troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of the dead man's memory. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing, and his clothes are shredded. You're right. It's almost like you'd lost your footing for a minute. Feels that way when I see into the ether. You really are a watcher, aren't you? Once in a great many generations, one of my people is born with the ability to speak to souls. Usually such individuals become elders or a lone set of tracks in the snow. I would have thought my journey would be easier if I could see what you see, but looking at you, I'm not so sure. Neither am I. Believe it or not, I once would have rejoiced to know I'd be picked to travel far in search of something great, but even these gifts come with a cost, don't they? Forgive me if I was a little skeptical of your abilities before. I can't say I've met a real watcher before. Oh, don't worry about him. He just likes doing that from time to time. Seems to cheer him up, so I just let him. Once you've seen it a few times, the shock wears off. Every time he goes a little strange in the face, I try and see if I can hear anything. It doesn't work so far. It's even get him to tell you what the spirit said.
Let's see what lies this way.
Okay.
That's for my friend. Stand together. That's for my friends.
I shall be discreet.
Just a ooze room. A lot of money, though. Holy.
I'll see what I can find.
That's it.
Oh, hey, it's the troll. Adair. Knock him down. Me? Blind his ass. Shoot him in the eye and knock him on the ground. He's like, ah! No, oh my god!
Hey,
Quietly now.
I love that there's just a, you know, oh yeah, oh, what's he sing? Oh, you know, just the Ballad of Big Chungus, you know. Yeah, it's just the Ballad of Big Chungus.
Look there.
It's got a trap, huh? Well, that's free XP. +2 perception, huh?
Nice and quiet.
Hello? Hello?
Head on!
Okay.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not.
Yeah, true.
Head on!
Hello?
Quietly now.
I shall be discreet.
Not sure how I feel about this. There you go.
Laying low.
I see a dank spore down there.
Stand together.
I shall be discreet. Laying low.
Small Orland man appears to have pulled together some crates and scraps of cloth to make a rather sorry-looking little camp. The thick fur on his limbs was matted, and his clothing smeared with blackening grime. He looked startled as you enter, his eyes widening in alarm.
Hail and well met.
What are you doing down here? I've been a little down on my luck lately. Didn't have anywhere to stay, so I thought I'd come down here. Nobody pokes around the catacombs much, not until you anyway. Really. Catacombs seem more like the place to go when you want to disappear. Yeah, I guess that's plain enough to see. Very well, it's true. I've been hiding from the knights down here, but it isn't what you think. It was an accident. It's been hard for me here in Defiance Bay. I thought if I got involved in city business, if I made the right friends, it would get easier in time. And it did, really. I made a name for myself, a place. People actually listen to me when I talk. Well, they used to. People can get very passionate about these things we were discussing. I think it was shipping agreements, of all the things to fight over. But one night, this man, he got very angry. I think maybe he got a little too much at the end. He pauses. And I guess he didn't like an Orlan talking back at him. I struck him, he came towards me, and I hit him. And he went over like a tree. I guess he struck his head on the way down. Turns out he was a knight. The Crucible Knights won't care how it happened. They just want me gone. They won't let me live long enough to see the rope. Please. He looks at you with pleading expression. I just want to get out of the city. The second I can get money for passage, I won't trouble anyone again. I swear it. I'll live quietly. But you can't. Please, you can't tell them I'm here. Here. Here's some cash. But this is... They said you were a kind soul, but I wouldn't have imagined. This will see me out of the city and well away. I'm not sure I could ever thank you enough, but here, take this. I hope it's some use to you on your journey. Wrap it for gloves. You have my lasting gratitude, friend. I should get ready. I mean, if you punch someone for being a prick, that's fine by me. Let's give her these gloves.
Let's see what lies this way.
And let's head up this way. Get the feeling there might be more slimes that I could fight.
And what does the flavor?
Or more creatures
Not a
in
sound.
general. Well, this is where that spore thing is.
Quietly now.
Let's take out the troll first.
What?
I'm here.
Blind.
Ready, Watcher.
Can't control you. Aloth. Dear little AoE. Do it again. Let's take out the dank spore. Or try to. Maybe we should try and take out the sporelings instead.
Back to the wheel with that. We're down one. That one.
Let's actually focus on the spore.
Oh, it aches.
Got the freeze.
That one hit. True.
Following your lead.
I'm here.
Okay.
Let's see what lies this way.
Stand together. At once.
Yeah.
Not a sound. Quietly now.
Hey.
Certainly.
Let's see what lies this way.
Got a few injuries on the team. Nothing too debilitating though. Alright, set up this way. And if need be, I can rest.
Quietly now.
I've got the supplies to do so, so it's not anything super crazy.
Not a sound.
Punch out, dead.
You don't have to listen to him anymore.
True. Stand
Dead on!
Stand together.
Alright, killed those guys. Ah. Flame shield when hit by critical hit. Very nice.
Absolutely.
Hello? Hello?
Keeping an eye out.
Let's camp.
I'm on the trail.
Interesting.
Allow me. A lone figure in tattered robes shuffles across the chamber, muttering under its breath. As you approach, the figure halts and swivels its head towards you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. Watch this. Who disturbs Helig's work? Its voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. You're Helig. Dalton sent me to look for Rowena. He leans back and bursts into raucous laughter. His threadbare robes drift apart, revealing an amulet and a ragged wound running from chest to throat. It spatters a black, viscous fluid on the floor with every cackle. That old fool is still alive. I do hope he still doesn't bear a grudge for that incident. It was so very long ago. He believes Rowena's in the catacombs. Oh, you could say that. If you were to retrieve my grimoire from Modred, I'll let you in on the secret. Nope.
Brave Dalfiloth.
I don't make deals with losers like you.
That's it!
A soul prowls within the bloodstone like a caged Stelgare. It's filled with a fierce, restless energy. Who are you? You see an image in your mind of a woman in heavy leather armor bearing twin daggers. Next to her is a man, young and handsome, who calls her Rowena. The vision shifts to a windswept plain next to a lake. 50 men and women in matching leathers lay dead, their bodies contorted and deformed by some sinister sorcery. Rowena falls among them, her body collapsing next to the young man you saw earlier. She's too weak to speak, but the name Dalton appears in your mind. A lone figure strides across the battlefield, barely bothering to step over the corpses. His eyes are filled with unnatural light and fixed on Rowena. He reaches out to her. What little life remained in her body departs. When he takes the amulet from around her neck, you feel her anguished soul trapped within it. Dalton sent me to find you. The soul pulses with warmth that fills your mind with memories of a young man who's both bold and generous, but fury and despair gnaw those images away until all you can feel are cold crimson walls pressing against you and something loathsome feeding off of you as the years fade into decades. What do you want? See an image of the amulet shattering and the soul inside rising and dissipating among the stars.
Nice and quiet.
I could do that.
Look there.
I shall be discreet.
I don't know what that trap was. But apparently I just haven't saved the game ever, according to this, so. What is that noise? Is that the water? So it is.
You've been on your own for 5 years,
I've had Itamok.
but you can't talk to him.
My standards changed around year 2.
Welcome.
I found her. Yep. We're gonna used to wear this. Where'd you get it? From Helig, who's kept her soul trapped inside. It's time to set her free. No, please. After searching for her for so long, just to have her close to me. To visit her in my dreams, that would be enough. This isn't your choice. She wants to be released. I'll honor her wishes. Let me load until I have the resolve to convince him that it's a good idea.
Certainly.
I am certain I can
Quietly now.
get the required stats with enough time. Because apparently, the resolve of, like, allies doesn't matter. Only mine does, which is, like, really weird. Let's go in here. We can help out Adair. So I think this is the library where we can check what he wants to find.
All these pages serve no better use than fuel for the fire.
Good day to you.
Who's Grimda? High Archivist. Yourself? Library. Fascinating.
Keeping an eye out.
I'm here.
Don't mind me, just gonna, you know, go out and fucking... Your...
Not a sound. Quietly now. Not a sound. quietly now.
I bet I can move along through here and get that bookcase.
Not a sound.
Greetings.
What are you looking for? Ah, and I could trust you to bring it back, I suppose. You certainly couldn't do worse than this lot. These made off with an ancient scroll of whale. They intend to blaspheme by selling that which would remain hidden, a secret of 100 visions. The guards caught one of them, but were overzealous in their interrogation. All they could piece together was something about a farmhouse on the road to Deerford. Track the thieves down, don't care what you do, but bring back the scroll. Whale? That's the rub, isn't it? Whale's the god of things hidden and revealed. The more of the 100 visions one sees, the more one has yet to discover. Though we often call whale he who sees and is not seen, it is neither male nor female. To assign any definitive characteristics to whale is to miss another essential part of its divinity. 100 visions? A term of reverence for whale's many revelations. Despite the name, they're infinite. Each epiphany leads to yet another enigma. Tell me about yourself. High archivist, very old. So the missing scroll. Thieves? So how'd they get in? What's so special? God of secrets. Okay. How should I handle them? Kill them, rob them, leave them? Alright. Yeah.
Which is not.
Keeping an eye out.
Good day to you.
Okay, so they want me to find a special scroll. I could do that. Perhaps I could do it. Yes, I can. I'm gonna go to the marketplace. Do some selling.
Good day to you.
Yep. I might keep that Wodaka hood. Just in case. Alright, what's in this? Draining touch. Jolting touch. I don't think I talked to this guy.
Good day, stranger.
So special. Expedition Hall. Oh, hold on. Unique warbow. Attacks can stun on crits. 20% damage restored as endurance. I like this. I want that. And the adventuring hall, I can probably get more quests here as well.
Mercenaries. All fancy weapons and no skill.
Cutscene. A well-groomed man steps through the hall with a confident swagger, a smug grin etched on his face. He's flanked by 5 other hard-looking individuals. Another pup come wandering in, I see. Just know that Bangs, Giant Slayers, run things around here and you'll be fine. Never heard of them. You have now. Stick around to find Spain, you will again. Plenty bounties still go around, but there's a reason the Giant Slayers get the lion's share, remember that. Enough jabber, Bine. You gonna do the job or talk about it? Winning's right. And that coin ain't going to collect itself. See you around, pup. Okay.
Don't stand on ceremony. State your business. Go
Work.
see Osric. He's you.
Good men and women trying to walk in the footsteps of great men and women who came before us. We're a loose association of warriors and expeditioners, and Deerwood not as fancy as the Crucible Knights, but we remember our roots. Your roots? Okay. Oh gosh. Same now as we were then. Stand up for the people, got new enemies. Not Widewind, the Legacy. Soul Butchers, there's a lot more than 12. Listen, I just want to get quests.
For the last time, Aidwig, keep your fucking blade up. If that dummy was armed, it'd have your head off.
Tell me about the hall. Treasure hunting.
You want an
Work.
expedition? Talk to Wenin. I just handled.
You have something you need done? What do you need done?
I was formerly one of the Knights of the Crucible. When I left, they kept my arms and armor. The arms they can have.
Does
You
sound
don't
like a
choose
choice.
to leave knighthood. The Crucible Knights, they may not be a real. Still, turns out that even unofficial knighthoods have. It's
What's
a
the armor?
breastplate. No. They'd like that, I'm sure. But I won't be going. Then it's Penhelm you're looking for. A low snake of a man. It's
Soul
a
lineage.
requirement to join the Knights. They have to ensure a novitiate doesn't have a subversive lineage. If Penhelm's superiors found out his affidavit was a fake, his career would be over.
Go see Osric. He's usually.
Okay.
Hail and well met.
How long you worked here? A few years. Cool. Expeditions. Can I buy something? Okay.
I'm here.
It's gonna suck for you when I steal everything out of this chest you got.
It's
I
no
suppose
trouble.
it
It can't be helped. Hope that helps.
Later.
Hope that helps. It's
Not
no
sure how
trouble.
I
I feel about this.
Thanks for the free XP, idiots.
There you go.
Geological map.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
There you go.
And move in.
Not a sound.
Alright. I guess I could go get that armor back for you. First, I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh yeah. Okay. So I need to go this way. Am I not allowed to? Okay. So it's I found out why I'm not allowed to move the map sometimes. It's when I have it set to follow party. I can't change where it looks. Yeah, let's go here. Embassy, palace, Wodika's temple.
This would be the temple Merwald spoke of, or what remains of it.
Praise to the exiled queen. May her crown be restored and her justice prevail. Come to pay your respects to the queen that was.
Until I find the temple of Wodika.
And so you did. These savage colonists may have burned it down, but worship of the Oathbinder is alive and well. These stairs lead to the main sanctum. These stairs, of course. The sanctum was always below ground, adjacent to the catacombs, so it wasn't destroyed by the fires. There are various entrances throughout. Lord Ardwellen Rugfold III, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I came to the Deerwood on one of the first ships from Adia, and unlike the yokels and hut dwellers around here, I still keep to the old ways. Worshipping Wodika, the exiled queen and Oathbinder. I come every day to offer my devotion. I'd love nothing more than to book passage back to Adia, but it is my Emperor's wish that I serve in these barbaric lands. And so I do. A queen among the gods. She oversees laws and
I'm
oaths.
confused.
Everything has a rightful place, and Wodika watches over them all. Of course, not everyone accepts this. Even among the other gods, her authority is questioned. But Wodika is also goddess of memory and vengeance, and she remembers. She'll remember every slight and trespass when she reclaims her throne.
You know you're a ghost, right?
I beg your pardon? Is this some sort of joke where you come from?
Look at yourself.
A madhouse. That's...
Okay, bye. So you're telling me we have 0 guards at all? We have literally no guards? Man.
Politics, infighting, greed, and a shrine to Margaret as well. Her clergy belongs there.
Crucible Keep. Hey, I need to go here to get an armor.
Welcome.
Tell me about the Crucible Knights. Defender of Defiance Bay, not a formal knighthood. Don't tell Commander Cliver I said that. First organized militia to oppose Eterniry rule, and today, in largest force in the city, soldiers undergo years of combat training. Officers required to have souls read by the critter in Dunwood Row. What's about Dunwood Row? Requirement. Perhaps no, there's nothing messy built in your soul's pass. Keeping it pure is fine, just wish they were careful in hiring ciphers. What's wrong with them? They're mostly Orlans. Sure, they're talented enough, but you can't trust them. Hostility in their nature, and they learn to hide it. Saying is, I mean, if they were treated better, you wouldn't have to worry. What goes on here? Headquarters. Commander's in the back making plans. Find a forge to the west. Master Smith. And there's a shrine to Gollum. Who are you? Okay.
Slow and silent.
It's
Not
no
sure
trouble.
how
How I feel about this. There you go.
Not sure how I feel. I feel great. Kidding me? Something wrong? What isn't wrong? Wait, undead. I could look into it. You just use the help. What do you do here? Tell me about it. Alright.
Let's see what lies this way.
I'm on the trail.
Symbol of Abaddon.
We just don't have the manpower.
I shall be discreet.
I'm here. I suppose it can't be helped. Hope that helps.
Marksman interrupting blows. Okay. $17 to $27, $13 to $20. It's fine. This is also fine.
Not a sound.
What's up,
Strange
Adair?
place for a shrine to Abaddon, Crucible Keep. Maybe it made more sense at some point before it gathered all that dust. And the only thing the Knights of the Crucible worship these days is the nobility, as far as I understand it.
Knew some soldiers who got recruited after the war was over that told me about it. You get these young kids in there and tell them about blacksmithing, about the revolution tradition. Talk about the golem like he created the Crucible Knights and is forced to go win Deerwood's independence. And they join, turns out. All any of the knights talks about is when are we going to get recognized as real knighthood? When are we going to get our titles and land? Their High Justice wants to be an earl. Says it's Abaddon's will. He's got a castle and an army. You wonder how long he'll wait before he starts a war over it, saying Abaddon told him so. Told him to. Nobles will respond that their gods told them that they're the only true nobles. Trouble having all these gods, you got support no matter how dumb your ideas are. Maybe we had the right idea of blowing some of them up. Or something to hide behind.
Refugees from every corner of the Deerwood. The dozens getting them all riled up about animancy. At this rate, we'll need twice the soldiers to patrol Defiance Bay.
Don't about you. Only professional army in the Deerwood defended the city. Proved training. Okay. What about the families? House Dominel. Gedmar's trying to expand operations. Dozens? Demagogues, troublemakers, forget it's one of the largest cities in the world. Most of them mercenaries on a good day. And street thugs less at a time. Okay. You're in charge? You're in Defiance Bay. Okay. Why don't you have soldiers?
Fleetbreaker Castle. The High Justice has summoned almost half of my novitiates and more of my justiciars to a keep on the other side of New Haelmar. It's not for me to question the High Justice's orders, but it's left us short-handed. And mark me, we're just a couple sparks away from anarchy.
I could help. Always refreshing to meet someone who'd rather fix a problem than complain about it. The Forge Master's working with an Animancy Scholar to build Forge Knights, warriors that can patrol the streets without suffering fatigue, disobedience, or fear. Some agitator throws a rock at him. We don't have to worry about things getting out of hand. He's constructed the armor. Now they need the research. Unfortunately, she hasn't been around the last few times I checked. Viana lives with the rest of the Scriveners. Haven't the soldiers to spare. Go to the dorm and see if you can find her. When you get the research, bring it to Dunstan. It's his area of expertise. Okay.
Yes?
Hey,
I'm here.
it's
Not
no
sure
trouble.
how I feel about this.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
I mean, yeah, I guess I could help out. Why not?
Good day, stranger.
How do you become a knight? How'd tell you? Okay. Osric? What's the story? History made them what they are. You can't cast it aside.
I shall be discreet.
Hope that helps.
Let's see what lies this way.
If this is about the breastplates, so much for his talk of secrecy. I'm building Cleaver's metal warriors. He says they're what we need to keep order in Defiance Bay, so...
How are you creating them? Suits of armor and souls had me repairing, reinforcing, and infused armor for months, so we can fill them with some poor sod's essence. As long as the scholar girl's got her numbers right, infusing the armor with the soul won't be that hard, and that's not what bothers me. You need the research? Working out a method to transfer souls in the armor, getting the process right is critical. Bind the souls too tightly, you get something like the flesh constructs at the sanitarium, barely bright enough to avoid walking into a wall. Bind them too loosely, they'll be too self-aware for their own good, mad killers and metal bodies. You disagree with about them? It's no exception. It won't solve manpower problem, call them what he wants, but they aren't knights. Doesn't take it to Mock's nose to smell the trouble here. A group that can't stand together is headed for a fall. Don't get me started on the other problem. Those souls he's bought to power the Forge Knights, Cliver keeps telling himself they came from willing donors, but he knows better. There's a reason you have to buy souls through less than legal channels. We should be clearing those scavengers off the road, not doing business with them. Alright, enough about them. What
I'm
do
a
you do?
forgeman. We
Tell
were
me about the
all...
Knights. I definitely, I think I would agree with you on that.
You're from Gilded Vale? Then you're close to home.
Close can mean a lot of things.
Surely you'll go back when this is all over.
Dunno. Guess that all depends.
To Brackenberry.
You've been on your own for 5 years.
My
Hello.
standards changed around year 2.
I'm rather busy. With what? Studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick. What do you mean? Souls power bodies and give their tissues life, but only when they're firmly attached. Separation leads to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the hollowborn. If we understand how to reattach souls, we could end Wyden's legacy, maybe even conquer death. That's our theory anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put into practice. What do you need? It's a manuscript called the Theorems of Pangram. It contains research from Pangram's experiments on detached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the archives. Something circulated among novices, not easy to get a hold of. Wonder if we might have a peek. Germs could advance research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships Whale, which means she has paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. Since she's not a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the information that be useful. Sorry to hear that. Look at me, spilling my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to my work. Anything else? Tell me about yourself. Wyden's legacy? Yep. Questions. What about it? The Animancer. Theories. Controversial. Degenerating. Reattach souls after death. Bodies will reanimate, retain memories and personality, but they develop a hunger for flesh. Without it, they start to devolve, decaying mentally and physically. If the process goes too far, which it does, they become mindless corpses, attacking anything that moves. Haven't figured out a way to avoid that. Sounds dangerous. It is, but every discovery carries years of trial and error. That's why I need the research of people like Pangram to help turn the failures into something useful. Why doesn't she give them to you? It's protective of the books, and the rare ones. Grimda in particular hates animancy, thinks it's dangerous. How could you run the greatest library and be so adverse? No, I agree, kinda, yeah. So knowledge is best kept under lock and key. I'd like to know about the hall, Copper Lane District, or the archives. Alright, later. Take mine. Also mine. Oh. Trying to sell the research to nobility to get funding, I guess.
Well met, friend.
Go see. Here I am looking so hard for answers in my research that I do not see the kid standing in front of me. What can I do? What do you do here? Research grant, study awakening. Sublimating pre-awakened souls has been one of Animancy's greatest success, working on a method to replicate the process on awakened souls. But the truth is, find suitable subjects here. Wyvern's legacy left plenty. I'm awakened. Interesting. not the kind of awakening you could study. I need someone whose awakened soul can be triggered with predictable stimuli. Souls such as these tend to manifest an alternate persona in the host. Thank you for the offer. Yeah, it's a shame.
Gods keep ye.
What are you working on? Wicts. What's a wict? Odd solution. Trying to do something about a crisis. Controversy went so far because it seemed to work. People called it the salvation. Children never been responsive, seemed aware of their surroundings and their families. Complications didn't begin until puberty. That's when incompatibilities between body and soul take shape. Children become violent, ravenous, pay dearly for the mistake. I promise you, anger mobs hunted down animancers and burned down their homes with them still inside often as not. Call them the cool salvation. Why do you study them? Okay, just looking around.
I'll take a look.
I'm here. Quite friendly, aren't you?
Keep people trying to make trouble for the animancers, huh? Hmm. Hadrat House. That's here.
Well met, friend.
Gary whispers, Cade knew a Gilded Veil old voices indeed. How'd you know? Cipher, job is no, carry with the ancients. What can you tell me? Not as much as I would like. My duties for Lady Webb require to focus talents elsewhere. Is this real? Penhelm, bringing Peacock, his mouth dry and hands moist when I told him he is a sole descendant of a Nigerian general when he fought against Hadrat's rebellion. Forgery, not the first I've seen, but it's no time for the Knights and their obsession. But I've no time for them. Bring the commander, show him the seal. If he compares it with another, should be able to spot the difference. Need help? What are you busy? Tell me your skills. Cipher. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Not sure how I feel about this. Hope that helps. I suppose it can't be helped.
What kind of armor? Fine leather armor. Yeah, I'm gonna wear that. Doom him because of his soul? I mean, listen. Them's the rules, dog.
I'm here. I'm here. Not a sound.
Like those are quite literally the rules of the organization. It doesn't matter
Nice and quiet.
if it's like right or wrong, whatever. That doesn't matter. It's their organization. We can't tell them what they can and like what their selection process should be. It's not for us to decide. They want people who have clean souls. More power to them. Your superiors deserve to know the truth. What truth? That over a century ago I saw my Eterniry's dust on the ground. Now I'll ask you one more time. Give that back. Don't. I have no interest in fighting you. You should have minded your own business.
Following your lead.
Yes?
Oh no!
A deer. Knock him out. Knock him out too.
I'm here.
Following your lead.
I'd be glad to.
The charred barrel. She sent your army to town. Tell her I'm not going anywhere without medallion. Not after you, but I can help. Relief, I don't see how. She's a courtesan over the salty mast. Working together over a year. Finding a little more money than sense. Filled with liquor, send them her way. They have a good time. She takes her fee and a little extra. A couple coppers here, a trinket there. That's dishonest. It's surviving. The nobles have more wealth they can hang on to. Why should they? Okay. Always split the bounty until a week ago. She takes a necklace. It's an with a medallion. You're priceless. Secrets of my clan won't part for it with any sum you could afford. Even if I want to, can't go home without it. It's a hard thing. Tell me about the situation. Seems like you've done well. Sorrel, courtesan, what makes it important? Why can't you return with money? Yeah? Okay. Found the place. Wonderful. Appreciate what you've done. Who are you?
Well met, friend.
It's a retirement. Okay. What's down here?
Keeping an eye out.
Yes?
Okay. Uh. Whatever, I guess. That's probably not super possible. Merwith. You only seem like a little girl. Sailor. What brings you here? Look like good wine and quiet.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes?
Absolutely.
Let's go to the first fires. Tell them about, hey, this guy forged his soul certificate and also tried to kill me when I went to tell you. Kinda weird of him to do. Oh. I can't go tell him it was a fake. Really? Where the fuck? Did I tell this guy? No. Okay. I'll check the dorm real quick for the one request.
Well met, friend.
Viana? Like Viana? Talking about metal men, don't like metal men, it's no cap. Andra's... okay. Andra's gift. That guy is boofed out of his mind. Oh. Where is he? Is he upstairs? I'm just gonna look up where he is. I don't fucking remember. Admith's Den. So he's at the Adventurers Guild. Speed up. Is the armor you wanted? How'd you manage this? Yeah, he forced me to fight. You would much stop at the shop, near the sign, sell some of the best gear. What does it do anyway? Nothing really, just a keepsake. Commemorates the Order of Magrin, hide his hoary valor and word to the dead, never the living. Mr. Wooden's real. Don't have an ability or birthrights unless you're some copperfucker from the deer. Scott's the honor of bringing the family name. Ah, copperfucker, there's a new one. So this is something to live up to. Cool.
Good day, stranger.
Show me those wares. +2 resolve, -1 intellect. +2 might and 1 con. +1 resolve and 2 con. Whisper of treason, +12 will. Barbarian only. I'm gonna buy this and wear it. Because that's pretty good.
Well met, friend.
Well, I now have 13 resolve. Why? Can I only have... He doesn't even get a benefit from wearing that. His robe gives him con.
I'm here. Certainly.
Looking
I
for
do
work.
have something. if you don't mind stepping on the toes of the Crucible Knights. Come to think of it, the Dominels won't be too... Some of my other expeditions have come back with a rumor about a place called...
Weapons made by the Ingwithans, abominations, know how to kill them. Giant slayers haven't had much luck. Fighters and treasure hunters, meet up with them, see how far they've gotten. You can't get them unless you get your cut. Yeah.
Gods keep you.
Okay. I could go to Heritage Hill. I like fighting undead because it's very hard for me to lose to them. Let's go!
Hail, traveler.
I'm looking for the guards. Anything unusual? Alright.
Please keep...
No help.
Yeah, get owned, undead.
Slow and silent. I'm on the trail.
Max number of camping supplies.
It's no trouble. There you go.
Dargor.
Aye?
Aloth, do the funny. And we can just burst down the road.
Stand together!
Aye?
That's for my... Stand together! Certainly. It's no trouble. Hope that helps.
Slow and silent.
An amulet. Spell defense. Adair, honestly, is just really good at his job. Which is, being the last one to ever die in the party. Excellent.
Certainly.
I shall be discreet.
I suppose it can't be helped.
Picklock.
Hope that helps.
Stand together!
Just a smidge of paralysis.
Stand
Knock her down, Adair. Or it.
light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Grave Dalfila.
Revenants are really weak.
That's for my friend.
Yeah. Very weak.
Certainly.
Laying low.
Max quantity of camping supplies.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
A woman bends over a roaring fireplace, feeding a splintered chair leg into it. As you get closer, you notice something unnatural about her, a certain pallor to her skin, a lack of movement beneath her flesh, even while her arms execute deft, efficient movements, and then you see the puckered flesh, ragged and bloodless over her heart. We should think about just killing her first and having you talk to the body.
It's rude to stare, you know. Don't worry. I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully.
Looking for our content.
And what would you want with... You return. And what would you want? You return. A survivor. By the grace of my own careful preparations. When I heard an incredible act of animancy, of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Engwithan times. Someone found something very powerful and ancient, and I'd bet my own preserved life it wasn't Aldhelm or his lovely assistant.
Why is it full of walking corpses? Someone found a way to tether their souls to their bodies, don't you see? So when the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing, their bodies still animate, and with a newfound hunger. Those that can feed it with living flesh and essence stay strong and sharp. Those that can't degenerate quickly. What about Aldheim? His name barely merits repeating. He's a charlatan who likes to dig up pretty artifacts and call himself a scholar.
Stand! I hope you've gotten that out of your system.
Grave
I hope you've gotten that out. I hope you've gotten... I hope you've... I hope you've gotten that. I hope you've got... I hope you've... I hope you've gotten... I hope you've got... I hope you've... I hope you've gotten... hope you've gotten. I hope you've got. I hope you've got. I hope you've gotten.
You are a monster and you need to be slain.
I hope you've got. I hope you've gotten. I hope you've got.
As I'm fucking beating her to death. I hope you've gotten that out of your system. Hey, what?
I hope you've gotten that.
Brave thou feel.
She's immortal.
I suppose it can't be helped. There you go. I suppose it can't be helped. Hope that helps.
Okay, what the fuck? What happened to you? Just groundkeepers? Locked us in. Get out.
You return.
In the back room. I'm not allowed to kill her, I guess. Even though I fucking beat the shit out of her multiple times. Oh, yeah. What's in here?
I'll see what I can find.
Brave thou feel.
Hey.
I have them!
I?
Ready, Watcher.
That one hit through.
Get on!
How may I help?
Lord Valtus will. Seda, let us in. It's safe, come out now. Open the door, Seda. Female Dargle sniffs the air and whirls around hissing. Survivor.
Brave thou feel Arthurlim.
Yes?
Get on!
I?
Stand to...
Get.
That one hit true.
I suppose it can't be helped.
I shall be quiet as...
Not sure how I feel about this.
Uh... So the only survivor of the family left somewhere. There's one door in the crypt I can go through. Reinforcements at last. I hope you've come armed because we've got to get out of here. Who are you? Commander of the Crucible Knights. Lead the militia station around Heritage Hill and securing the district became a responsibility when this, whatever just happened. What are you doing here? Searching for survivors. Didn't realize there weren't any. Found myself surrounded by the creatures outside. Had to seek refuge. Funny, isn't it? Hide from the dead in the building is meant to hold them. Waiting for reinforcements. What are they doing here? They're under my command. I managed to hear you. You don't fool me, Spectre.
Stand together! Yes? Not getting through. Leave it to me! Leave it!
Stand!
Go for some shut-eye about now. Make the bastard! How may I help?
Taking all she can! The enemy is over that way.
I get the feeling, since these guys, it says that they're enthralled. I get the feeling that if I kill her, that the Justicars will be free. I was wrong. Well, that changes how I look at the fight then. I can focus on the Justiciars instead of her.
Brave thou Philothelim.
Can't get a good shot at this.
Hammer of God!
Watch out! Durance! He's not moving. Yes?
Good shot.
Hey.
We got two.
I need to load again.
You're a newcomer to the Deerwood as well. What do you make of it so far?
These people are lunatics. See about the locals. Don't know that it's bad. A lot of fast men and dear with temper. Some save it large for each other. Refreshing bunch otherwise. While away an hour or two talking to the regulars at tavern, everyone from the merchants savant. It's okay.
Laying low.
Absolutely.
Brave.
What?
Yes?
Yo. You know, I think maybe I'm just gonna leave this crypt. I don't know.
Hey.
Brave.
Hey. How may I help?
Ah, well. You know, what happens, happens. What if I do this? Okay. If I do this, we all get, stunned, I guess.
Yes?
Aye? Feeling the strain.
Following your lead.
It's good. Yeah. It was a while ago, though.
Can't get a good shot at this.
No.
No, I dare.
Stuck.
Okay. Paralyzed again. Classic.
How may I help?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. 5, almost 6. I'm just gonna come back when I'm leveled up.
I'd be glad to.
I don't think I have the key to this yet. I do. Yeah. Oh, look.
Keeping an eye out.
You know, I should have seen that coming. I only went into scout mode for like 2 seconds. So. Well, the flame should reveal that there's a trap on this sarcophagus.
Look there.
There we go. Don't worry, everyone. I got this. No. Hello, random child. It's alright. You're safe. You have to be quiet. Noise brings the hungry people. If she's afraid of hungry people, maybe I should step outside. Archer, rogue. My name is Saida. Are you hiding from them too? You're Saida. I came across some Dargles in the house. You saw Mother and Father Emilio. How'd you get away? I killed him. I had no choice. She picks at a thumbnail, watching you. She nods slowly. Who are the hungry people? The ones outside. They don't sleep or die, but they eat. What happened to you? Takes on a distant look. You're frightened and you've been stuck here for too long. Try to remember what happened before. There was a big noise and a light in the sky. Everyone thought it was a storm, but then people started waking up after they died. They. She twists her shredded sleeve and it knots. Mother and father and Emilio boarded up the door, but the hungry people found our house. Her fidgeting becomes more agitated. They fought, but the hungry people always get up again. They broke through the door and Mother told me to hide. And then I came here to hide, but the door got stuck and I didn't know when it would be safe outside. Where's your family? At the house. Mother told me to hide and not let anyone in. Then I heard a lot of noise, fighting and yelling, and her eyes glaze over. And then Mother told me to open the door again, but she didn't sound right. You need to get out of here. Is it safe for the hungry people out there? It's still dangerous, but the path to the main gate should be clear. Run for it. I won't let anything catch me, I promise. Okay. You know what? Yeah. What? Alright. Iridescent scarab figurine. I'm gonna put all these in storage because I never end up using them. Summon Odra Beetle. That sounds good.
Yes?
Ah, I have to be in
At
combat.
once.
Okay. That's fine. You know, that's worth getting God-speared, I think. Oh, the time speed up. Cool, cool. Luckily, like, all these undead are really easy to kill, so there's not really, much threat to, my character since he's an archer.
Not a sound.
Though, I might end up replacing Sagani with, like, maybe like a barbarian or something. Because I need, like, another big frontline tank, and I just sort of picked her up on the road. Because I could hire an adventurer, but I like to use the, like, story companions, because you get side quests with them and stuff. Oh, fuck.
Yes?
Come on, not like this!
I guess I never auto-saved. Not auto-quick-saved. I should remember to do that.
Certainly.
Turn the timer up. Or quicken time up.
Quietly now.
I'll see what I can find.
Stand together!
Uh-oh.
I'm here.
Yeah. Except for Adair. Adair is just a fucking wall.
I have them!
I'll take a look.
I accidentally alt-tabbed. Like, he is an absolute unit. Yeah. He's got decent HP. Okay, let's just... just do a little sneaking,
I'm here.
Okay. Summon the beetle. And book it. Ah, if I die, the beetle goes away.
Aye?
You know, this would make a very good time just fireball my whole team. I'm just gonna fireball the team. And try and heal the team.
I feel we've lost.
Never mind.
How may I help?
Durance just dies a lot. I think I might load and rest first so that my character doesn't instantly die. And then we can actually use the summon. Hitting that trap really was like awful. What? Did my quick saves not? I'm gonna delete these autosaves. Because I feel like... Yeah, the quick saves aren't like saving. That's weird. What the hell is happening with that? Let me do like a actual save. They're appearing like down here. That's weird. No. I want the double speed. Oh, no. I think I did quick save at the right. No, I didn't. Because this, yeah, that's weird.
What? Sit!
Alright. There's an autosave with the quick save. I'm gonna delete that autosave so that the quick save stays at the top. Because like when I tried to quick load, it just went to that autosave at the top.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet. Ah! Ah!
Try and take out the skeletal wizard.
I'm here.
Let's move these three up so that the beetle can. Hey, guys, could you like so the beetle can? Guys, come on, the beetle needs to get. God.
Following your lead.
Now, can you please attack him?
Hey.
Honestly, Durance dying is just unexpected at this point.
Get offline!
Adair dying is not.
Hey.
Following your lead.
But it's an acceptable sacrifice. If it does happen.
Hey.
And he gets fucking paralyzed. Of course he does. Wait, I just remembered something.
Yes?
Do one of
I'm
these
here.
and do the blindness, because I don't do that enough.
Head on!
Certainly.
We won, I guess. You know, whatever.
Let's see what lies this way.
I wouldn't consider that like a super heavy loss. Well, maybe Adair being like beat the fuck up is bad for us, but not, you know, it's not unrecoverable. Should head over here. Take a look at the, I think this chest? Yep. I'm gonna go back to the city right now, maybe. There, that's the nice man who helped me. I thank the Iron Arm for it. We'll get you sorted out at the keep. Nice to the Crucible, major positive. Defiant Spay, major positive. Cool.
Hello.
What's going on in there? Look, even if I were allowed to tell you, don't rightly know. All I can say is whatever it is started about 2 months ago. The guards that closed the gate talked of something unnatural that still wakes them in the middle of the night. Don't want to know any more than that. Yeah, no, this place is fucked. The drunk guy left. I mean, he was gonna try and fucking scam me out of money, so that's perfectly fine with me. Let's go to the first fires, because I want to go to Andra's Gift. The, seedy part of town. Even though one part of town is, you know, overrun by the undead.
All these circling feet heading nowhere.
Yeah, I get it, old man. You hate everyone. Calm down. Go to the embassy. Vincent Agosto.
Gods keep you.
Talk about the republics. The original ways, wealth, style, culture. Go to the republics, you don't want to leave. Why would you? People are beautiful and charming. I'm here because the Sangredo Ducala wishes it, but when my appointment is done, I'll be the first ship out, and I'll sing from here to Salona. Nothing else. What do you do? Trade with Deerwood, strong and profitable. Okay. That's it. No, like, you know, heart-wrenching stories or quests that I can get.
White flame.
You think you're gonna keep me out of your fucking locked chest? Give me your fucking money.
Slow and silent.
It's no trouble.
Yeah.
Hope that helps.
Huh. Maybe what I'll do is, maybe I'll have him be the summoner. Because, Kana already can summon skeletons as a thing with his, singing, his chant, the Ballad of Big Chungus. So maybe I'll just have him.
Following your lead.
Because he's a lot tankier than me.
At once.
Yes?
In terms of deflection and HP. Now that I've gone here, I can travel here from anywhere in the city.
At once.
Call for interested patrons. Another ship lost. An abandoned house? What's there gonna be like some undead in here or something? Oh, a bunch of addicts. Well,
You had five.
sorry, you're not allowed to have inter-party banter. Not while I'm here. Golfik. Who are you? The elf who lives here. Now get out. Okay. Thanks for the stuff. Why is the 13 is like slashed out? Alright. I'm gonna break into this house. Nothing here really worth it. And these are just backer characters, so. Let's see.
Not sure how I feel about this.
Locked, huh? Not anymore. Shitty playing cards are under the bed, huh?
Interesting.
And look what we have here. 2 pearls. Very nice. I'll take that. How close am I to leveling? 200 XP away.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints'
damn that
War,
son of a cool.
but for which side?
Paladin!
Want to run a down on its luck Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it. As long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains.
Do you need help with something? Stares at you for a long moment before, nictitating membranes slide across her eyes.
You want to help? Sure. Go into that warehouse and ask for a man named Verzano. When you find him, throw him in a sack, throw the sack in a crate, and put the crate on a boat headed to Ancenze. Or the bottom of the Pearlwood Gulf. Either's fine with me.
Looks back at the warehouse for a moment, grimaces, slight nod in your direction, she storms off.
The one that blew up my guy.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light would be very convincing.
Funny thing about Dear Woodens. With all that fire and light, they just treated him like another authority figure.
A dozen Ederan ships were shattered against these levies during the War of Defiance. Best to heed the astrologers, I find, where times are concerned.
Place gets my blood beating in all the right places.
What?
I've a shiver, won't leave my spine.
Why does it sound like there's a specter in the lighthouse?
Gods keep you.
Person doing some construction work pays good money. You're having trouble finding workers? I think the lighthouse is haunted. Flooded? Finishing blows to the military cost us a lot. That won't stop me. What's inside? You building? An inn? Okay. Flooding? You're not from here? Okay. I mean... Yeah, I'll go in. Finally. Let's see. Turn invisible. I like that.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not.
It's no trouble. It can't be helped. There you go.
Higher percent chance of crits.
Following your lead.
I can do that too, you know. Old man, let's just have you
Yes?
Following your lead.
Why don't you do another summon?
Wish I could have done that. No help here.
+2 might. And a dare level up. That's pretty good. I think I'm gonna give him that, maybe. So that's a really good ability for combat. And giving him another use means,
I'll see what I can find.
He's gonna be a lot better at killing. Yeah, you know me, just killing a bunch of water. Holy shit. Oh, everyone leveled up. Awesome. Plus lore. We'll give him 1 survival, because it'll give him a damage reduction. Yeah, you know. I could probably turn the game down. A little bit. Oh, I like that. Sure, we'll do that. Set this to like 15. That's too quiet. 20? 25. We'll put music to like 30. Having everyone with at least 1 survival should be fine. I do like that. Inspired flame passive. I think we're gonna do brilliant radiance, so his radiance does more damage. And 1 survival. We're gonna give him some more athletics. I like that. Yeah, we'll do that. And you... Skip. Actually. Athletics, you have a self-heal now. I think we want your companion to be tankier. Okay. Camping's not allowed. That's fine. I just wanted to check if I can rest here.
Crave thou philothili.
That was a drill.
Uh... Adair, could you, like... Huh. Holy shit. A fucking laser beam eyes. The wizard was killed, well, knocked unconscious, not killed. Which is acceptable. That is an acceptable, loss here. Durant. Great sword time. Just get your flaming sword. Yeah, classic wizard dying in one hit.
I'd be glad to. Certainly.
Nice and quiet.
You're fine, Aloth. You'll live.
Shh.
Surely there won't be anything dangerous in here once I try and take these items, right? I sure hope not. Fading maps of the bay, huh? Merwith.
Hello? Hello?
Another upstairs. Fuck it. Let's just go up. Lilith. Shrieking sobs pierce your ears and rattle the musty rafters of the lighthouse. They emanate from the spectral figure of a woman hovering in the middle of the room. Each heave of her shoulders unleashes another hair-raising wail. Get closer. As you approach, the spirit's cries take on a threatening edge. The swirling mist around its leg ripples with movement. The black pits of his eyes level momentarily with yours. Observe the Chinguela. You're close enough to notice that the spirit's head is tilted back. Even as it looses blood-curdling howls, the faint movements of its head suggest that it's looking toward the windows and scanning the horizon. The Chinguela's ghostly hands are stained with something dark. At first you think it's blood, but it's as black as ink.
It's no trouble. Hope that helps.
That looks like an armor for me. Mine! What do you have? Yeah, you've got your special armor. Finally, I got cool armor. I will read the logbook. Aura of stealth. +3 perception. Yeah, that's just better than what I was wearing, because that gives +2, this gives +3, and a passive +1 stealth to allies around me. The last lighthouse keeper kept a log, tracking the appearance of a ship, the Red Dream. Worry not, Lilith. I'll make sure you can pass peacefully.
Hello.
Heard of the Red Dream? Hasn't. She's been running raids for decades. Used to stop in New Hammer and Layton with spoils from Rautai traders. Says spends most of her time prowling Detar Archipelago. That's her. When she's at port, the captain, an elf named Merwith, takes her shore leave. Over at Charred Barrel in Brackenbury, believe it or not, she likes her creature comforts. That's what I'm talking about. When a pirate won't ever even set foot in a tavern on this side of town, it's high time for a new establishment. Well, let's go there and talk to the pirate. Merwith looks a lot like the name I saw carved in the lighthouse. And perhaps, should she visit, the spirit of Lilith would be brought
Sagani,
peace.
does your fox pet him anyway?
It's your hand.
I'm gonna pet him.
It is fun. Matthew Mercer voices 2 of the characters. He voices Adair.
Hey. I'm here.
You kinda like your attention, don't you?
So, you know, Southern. Sounds very much like Cole Cassidy. And then he also voices Aloth.
Hi?
Who is a
yes?
British elf. But Aloth has 2 voices. He has a British one and then a, like, sort of Scottish one.
Certainly.
There's more. So you make your own character. You can also recruit characters. So I could walk up to, like, the barkeep and say, hey, I'd like to hire an adventurer. But I think they are, like, 1 level lower than the party.
How do you do?
Yeah, so I could, since I'm level 6, I could hire a level 5 adventurer for 1200. And your party goes up to 6 members. But there are, like, you know, characters that are actually tied to the stories who have, like, quest lines. And those will be the level that you are, for the most part. So it's kind of like the Pathfinder games a little bit. Some of the lighthouse looking for your ship. They didn't peg you for a liar, at least not from what I've heard. But that don't mean I believe you. You better explain what gave you such an interesting notion. Last lighthouse keeper watched for your ship every day. It's on the log. No. She turned me out. We were poorer than the fishermen who live there now. And when she learned I'd put food on our table with stolen coins, she told me that if she never saw me again, it'd be the mercy of the gods. I had nowhere else to go, and it was a rough life until I rose to captain. Well, she ignored the aid in advance to stay behind. I think she was waiting for you. She was always so stubborn. I forgot sometimes where I got it. I'll go. Perhaps it will give both of us some peace. Cool. Court of Spirits added. Southwest of Gilded Vale, travelers have reported a collection of angry spirits gathering near a circle of cracked adder pillars. Those brave enough to venture near the spirits have reported that they appear to be arguing about some long-forgotten legal matters. I need to recruit someone. I need to recruit the paladin. Then I can get rid of Sagani.
Ready, Watcher.
I'd be glad to.
Right. So she's a ranger. But the paladin... So where do I get her? If I complete at all costs. Yeah, I want a paladin because paladins are really strong. And like I need another front line tank to prevent Adair from having all the aggro on him. Yeah, also true. Paladins are also like fucking crazy super strong in like Baldur's Gate 3 as well, because that's just, you know, the 5e paladin, but with more cool magic items that specifically, you know, help them out. They've got like a in Baldur's Gate 3, they've got like a special helmet. You'll never guess what happened. I was keeping an eye out for you, but who strolls down the dock but Merwith herself? You should have seen the stairs she got, but she walks right into the lighthouse, never a word to anyone. And just when I'm sure she's met some awful fate in there, she strolls right out, still saying nothing to nobody. Now I'm hearing all sorts of rumors about Merwith and the last lighthouse keeper. Shakes her head. I don't know what to believe, but everyone else around here is convinced that the place is safe again. I've even got a construction crew ready to start work. 1,000 copper. And I know I've got you to thank. Here, this is for you. Come back when the renovations are done. I've got big plans for this place. Huge. It's got a lot of money. Let's go to the trading company. Yeah, so like they have like a special helmet. When they use smites, they just do like bonus damage, I think. Or is it that they get... It's either they do bonus damage or they get temp HP when they smite. I can't remember which one it is. Oh, that's pretty good. Wait, plus... Oh, minus knockdown duration. That's a good ring. That's decent. Plus 2 resolve. So, if I got that, it would be for Adair, the belt. Does he have anything that increases dex? Plus 1 con, plus 1 resolve, plus 1, plus 5 reflex healing, accuracy.
Well met, friend.
I think I'm gonna get this belt for him. For Adair. So, it'll increase his action speed, and if he gets knocked down, he can get up faster.
Hail and well met.
Which is really good. Plus 1 con might resolve. This is something that I might also buy. So, let me just take a look here. What do I get if I wear this? Might goes up to 17. I'm going to keep this on. Durant's, though, I'm going to give it to him simply for second chance when he's unconscious. It'll res him. And I'm going to go use the restroom. Alright. Let's go inside this place. Leanna.
Well met, friend.
First time visit? Yep. What is this place? Association of Merchants. Who are you? Assistant manager.
I'll take a look.
Thanks for the money. A man stands in the corner of the warehouse directing traffic. Gems wink from the many rings on his fingers as he points and waves at the laborers. His silk clothes, though finely embroidered, aren't new. You notice a couple mended seams around the shoulders and a discreet patch on one elbow.
Good day, stranger.
Who's the feathered woman? Ah, you must mean Palagina. She's a paladin in the employ of the Valiant Embassy. He chuckles. She's a good soldier, but not so good at taking orders. Too hot a temper, I'm afraid. She seemed angry. That's no surprise. She's hot-headed, a woman in Brotherhood of Paladins, and touched by the god in such an unusual way. Something else I can help you with? What's the delivery? I must assume, then, you're not from the company I contracted at the Expedition Hall, but you are here, and they are not. It's a bag of bitter squash seeds, which are prized for their medicinal properties. A few merchants in the Defiance Bay deal in them. For those who do know their value. I'll do it. Excellent. Deliver the package to a man named Gareth at the Goose and Fox.
Welcome.
Okay, so what do? Merchant. Tell me more. Confederation. Something wrong? Okay. I don't care.
Laying low.
Yes?
All right, then.
I'm here. Not sure how I feel about this. There you go.
Hey, people, I don't know. Something weird was going on over there. Something got stolen, and I don't know who would have done that. It's, man. Also, I accidentally left, and I noticed there was a box. And of course, if I can steal from that,
I'm here.
I'm going
Quite
to.
friendly, aren't you? It's no trouble. It can't be helped.
Drugs? So many people here that have drugs. And I say no to those.
Good day, stranger.
Drugs, drugs, drugs. I don't use drugs or non-healing potions or even scrolls. Those are for losers. Otis house. I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna find out. Hey there. The woman looks like she hasn't slept in days. Hers a rat's nest of tangles, and her eyes are lined with shadows. She casts an extra glance at the door. Are you about Darren? No, but if it's something I can help with, I will. It's my son. His father, Wade, took him fishing 2 days ago, and I haven't seen them since. The neighbors are no help, and the city watch hardly bothers with the gift these days. I'll be out on the docks and looking myself, but I can't leave the baby. I don't dare take a hollowborn out or the violence near the brothel. You have a hollowborn baby? People are scared, looking for someone to blame. Might be nice if I got her to step in and set people straight. Maybe that's just me. Alright, tell me, Darren? He's a brave lad, a little too bold for his own good. He's always been a dutiful son and gentle brother. He's got dark hair, quick eyes, and a ready smile. When you find him, you'll recognize him in a heartbeat, I'm sure of it. And Wade? Sometimes I don't know whether to rejoice or rue that he comes home as often as he does. He spends most of his time and all our money drinking at the brothel. Has ever since. Okay. See him last. Sure. I'll try and look for your child who's probably dead. I got pinged on Discord. suppresses at everyone and at here. I think it was the Lost Legacy Discord. I don't really, you know, I don't really care that much about getting pinged in there for random stuff, so. Copper Lane. To the goose and fox. What do you do here? Mind your own business. Of course, you're standing by yourself in the corner of a tavern, not drinking nothing at all. Keep it out, will you? Usually in business.
Good day, stranger.
Delivery. Did I just do something illegal? No. Don't hurt them? What do they have to do with this? What was in the pouch? Bitter squash seeds. Interrupt pregnancies. Ah, are we done? Gareth, I'm hurt. You promised to buy only for me. What's the girl to think? Please, my lady, I was just explaining that I don't do any business with anyone else. Except this one last time, right? There's always one more deal. Till you run out of credit, that is. And just who are you? You don't look like a seed dealer. Who is Donna? House Domino. Ah, not one to be trifled with. I might just have a use for someone like you. Veranzo put you up to this, didn't he? That all fills on a secret ship needs determined dragon run close with him. Okay. Get even with him. What do you think? Killing Veranzo. Why would I do that? He used to do the dirty work, tell him anything. Consider it a favor. Never snooze you with his friend. The loyal ones, that is. Okay, tell me about you. Wealthiest merchant families. I'm not gonna do that. Scurry back to Verrazano and get your payment when you can. Stay out of my way. Hey man, you did you made me do like an illegal, man, and I don't know, man. It's like you made me do an illegal, and it's kind of like I don't know, man. It's okay. You've got explaining to do, Mr. Trading Company man. This lady wanted me to murder you.
Well met, friend.
Yeah, they want you dead. The Paladin.
Well, well. Is this your last day among the living, Verzano?
Timing is impeccable, Pellicina. The Dominoes are after me. Please, you've got
As
to
if
stop
any
them.
of this were ever in my hands. The Republic's considered your business worth protecting based on its success. That success depended on cooperation with the locals, like House Dominel. You've lost that. And the favor of the Dukes.
I'm not
Even if you
interrupting.
get out of this alive, they're done with you. The Dukes have more pressing interest in Defiance Bay than rescuing one merchant who threw himself overboard.
Have mercy, Pallegina. I don't stand a chance against the Dominels. I brought failure and shame on myself, but you can't mean to watch your countrymen die like a dog.
Vetsano. Why are you wasting your precious breath on me? My orders come through the ambassador, and through the ambassador from people you should be honored ever gave a moment's thought to whether you live or die. You don't seem like the sort to petition the gods to keep him out of hell. So why not cry mercy to the one person in this room with the power to grant it?
You're on your own, man.
A hard fate, but not unwarranted.
I know you have a kind heart. Please, I never meant for either of us to come to harm. I really want to save my business. Don't let them
Do
slaughter
as
me
you
like
will.
this. Yeah, I am very nice. Saunters through the door, flanked by a squad. Oh, I didn't get a chance to. Okay.
Your brother, did you and he get along?
We got along how brothers do. He used to throw water
yeah,
on me to wake me
taxes.
up in the morning. I used to fill his boots with stinging ants.
My own brothers and sisters are doing very well for themselves, back in Tekoa. I don't know that they'd search for me if I were killed so far from home.
Brothers can be funny. I bet you'd be surprised how far they'd go.
Is he just like dead in here? This place is just empty now. Okay. Forgiveness. $28 to $42. $29 to $40. Kind of like that. Oh, hey, she's here.
Ah, it's done then. You did the right thing. Vetsano has no one to blame for this but himself. We gave him more than enough warnings, but he never listened. In any case, the embassy's entanglements with him have been cut, which also means that I'm free from Vetsano's net of stupidity. You have my thanks. Whether you intended to or not, you've done the Valian Republics a service today, ridding us of him. I work closely with the embassy to protect our interests, but lately I think our gaze has been too narrow. You clearly have pursuits of your own in the city, but I think we could help each other out. If you're interested in doing some work for us. Officially, I mean. We can go together and I'll introduce you to the ambassador. Good.
Yeah.
Maybe I can finally do something more worthwhile than playing nanny to merchants. The embassy is up in First Fires, southwest of the Ducal Palace.
Farewell.
And now, I can assign you.
I'm ready.
What does she have? Okay.
I'm ready.
Lay on hands. Not allowed to camp here? Nah. Yeah. Embassy time, embassy time.
Ambassador Agosti, I would speak with you on a matter of some urgency and great importance.
Paladina, if this is the same matter we previously discussed, I doubt I will be convinced to name her easily. Ambassador, please hear her out.
Ambassador, I implore you to take a step back and look at this again.
Enough. We're not going over Defiant Space Animancers again. The Duke's spells, desires, have not changed since the last time we spoke. If you haven't heard, word of your insubordination has already found the ears of the Duchessa of Biagepi and the Duke of Salona. There are murmurs that you cannot be trusted to fulfill your duties. Must this talk reach the shores of Sparento? Palagina's aggressive demeanor drains to a state of shock and worry, but she remains silent. If it makes any difference, Ambassador, I'm already looking into the matters Palagina has spoken of. It doesn't, but it would be fortuitous if your investigation took you to Twin Elms, because that's where Palagina needs to go.
What is it the Duke's need of me, Ambassador?
The Deerwood's instability has created an opportunity for us to take over their trade with Air Glanfath. We will need to meet with the Glanfathans soon to secure upcoming trade arrangements. The road to Twin Elms can be dangerous, of course, but that's why you'll be our representative there.
It shall see, Ambassador. But won't this provoke the Deerwoodins? Their country is falling apart, and we are already dividing up their trade alliances.
Provoke them into what? Going to war? Through no fault of the Republic's? The Deerwood's armies have been deprived of an entire generation of soldiers. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. If we don't, the Red Sirens will. Ambassador, that's some cold compassion considering what these people have been
More
through.
than that, Ambassador, there is a practical element to consider. We may profit in the short term from this arrangement, but what of the future? The Deerwood won't forget, and the Republics may pay the price for it.
We're not the Dukes, Palagina. It's their decision and our job to carry out the orders. It's not like they're asking you to assassinate someone. Palagina, Palagina. He shakes his head. Go to Twin Elms, speak to the Animenfath, impress upon her the instability of the Deerwood, and reassure her of the Valen Republic's desire to open safe trade.
Of course, Ambassador.
I know you plan on investigating this crisis together, but I hope you understand Pelagina's responsibility. I understand. We're still going to investigate it, responsibilities or not.
Of course not, Ambassador. I will attend to the Animenfath as soon as I am able to travel to Twin Elms.
Good. Now if you will excuse me.
Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. I appreciate that you stood up for me, but it's hard to persuade the Ambassador to go against the Duke's orders.
I know you're right, Palagina. You may find a way to fulfill your obligations while looking into what's really going on around here. Don't
Enough
worry.
wisdom for both of us. Now, I just need to find out how to get to Twin Elms before the Ambassador loses his patience.
Still, I fear that making this deal with the Glanfathans will further weaken the Deerwood and make trouble for the Republic in years to come. Well, it's a long way to Twin Elms.
Verus.
I'll grant you that animancy has had its failures, Balreach among them. But does that warrant attacks on innocent practitioners? Superstitious kith have spilled their share of blood.
That's no comparison. Animancers have the advantage of education, and with that comes authority and responsibility.
I have to say, it's wonderful to have someone to debate with. You'd think they'd be more welcoming of it at the Law College.
Or we could enjoy a glass of wine and a comfortable silence.
I don't know. I've caused confusion one time. Let's go to Andra's Gift. See, I can just switch out party members, I think. I don't know if it's at any time, but I can switch out party members, I think, from... So there's like a party management thing. Right here. You have to be at the stronghold to recruit or dismiss. I'd like to talk to any sailors. Grab his purse and go. Man's fancy clothes are ripped. Blood flows from a fresh cut above his eye. He tries to push himself up, but his arm shaking and winces painfully. Help him up. Thank you. My head. What happened? Just on my way to the club. It's a rough part of town, but the rabble's never been violent. Even a night with a collie isn't worth this.
Nothing like this in Gilded Vale. Just Walla ruin of the milkman.
Hail, traveler.
She knew what she was doing.
Talking about? Oh. You tell me. Nah, dog, I'm not. What are you getting?
Overfried.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
A bastion of Deerwood and culture.
Jesus. Don't see many outfitters like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? What kind of trouble are you having? The kind that's bad for business. Local reddies taking to harassing my hardworking boys and girls and our customers. Started showing up after this rash of Hollowborn. I've been driving my regulars away. How could I help, though? Aren't too many who care what happens. The word is you're an exception. Knights are too busy sniffing around Dukevar to bother us as commoners. Yeah, how can I help? Thugs tend to roam in groups, suggest to me they aren't random. Put a stop to it, and I'll find a nice way to thank you. Alright. Something else? Someone named Cyril. Must be new in town. Most sought after girl. Spent time, just asked. 1,000 for the night. Worth every pan. Another time. Tell me about the place. Clear as crystal waters. Salty mast. A brothel. Okay. Any regulars interested?
Hail and well met.
Questions. What about the attacks? Step outside.
Welcome.
By order refreshments, what I really mean is sell you equipment. Wade. Tap him on the shoulder. Heard about Darren, are you okay? No, not at all. I was taking the boy fishing and I wanted to stop on the way for a drink. Quick one, I told him to wait for me outside, only meant to stay a few minutes. By the time I came, he was gone. Okay. Yeah. I know I'm gonna tell Lotta. Don't be so hard on yourself. He didn't mean for this to happen. A lot of things I never meant to happen. Turns back to his drink, taking a long gulp.
Good day to you.
Come for a story? Told all the best stories. It's my club anyway. What club? Club for refined and prestigious gentlemen. Proud your shoulder. Wait, if you don't know about the club, you must be. Where was I? Oh, you must be here about the ring. The ring. You have to have that to get in the lounge. Then you just let anyone in. It's the most exclusive club in Defiance Bay. Whatever you do, don't tell them you're new or. I'm just gonna go in.
Gods keep you.
The man looks down his nose. So you remember, I see. You're for exclusive club equipment? Tell me about here. Special equipment, huh? A cod piece of vigor. Okay. Let's compare the two. 16 to 23, accuracy damage, so plus corrode, crits can inflict prone. Accuracy granted to an ally attacking the same target, and plus enemies engaged. I think the greatsword is better. So I'll buy that.
Hey.
Certainly.
Aldwin. I'm not gonna talk to these people. They're gonna try to have sex with me.
Quietly now.
What's wrong with your leg? Oh. Oh, I see. Big cock. Huge cock. Now, what if I head to this abandoned house? You just hear the, you know, the swashing and such of the waves and the slight pitter patter. What do we hear? Another tourist in the gift. Let's give him a proper welcome. Let's talk this through. It really is too bad for him.
That one hit true.
Durance is like fucked up right now. Can I rush here? No.
Laying low.
Okay. Darwin, got pages of research here. Expect to believe this is just your scratch work? It's nothing, I promise, just my notes. We know you were meeting with the Crucible Knights. You think they're the only ones powering the city? They call us dozens for a reason. I won't ask you again. You shouldn't be here. What's going on here? Nothing you need to know about. I should just go to a tavern and rest. Well, I know which house they're at.
I sold you to the Brotherhood?
He hated me anyway. I was glad to be gone. The Dukes are my parents now. The Republics, my children.
Let me rest at the Goose and Fox. I think once I rest, I'll end the stream. I've been playing for 6.5 hours, and I'll just chill out, get some food, cause I'm a little bit hungry right now.
Good day, stranger.
Get a room. Yeah. So if I get this.
Well met, friend.
Hold on. No, maybe I'll be here just a little while longer. Cause I think 14 resolve. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna talk to the guy next to the catacombs, do his quest, since I think I have enough resolve now to convince him not to keep his dead wife's spirit that's trapped in the amulet. Cause that is like fucked up. And kind of like spirit slavery. And by kind of, I mean it's just spirit slavery. That construction was completed. Cool. craft hall. Dude, the wizard has more health than me.
Good day to you.
Yep, not as you expected. It's time to set her free. I need 15. Ugh, that is dumb. I thought I had enough bonus, but I guess not. Ah, whatever. Yep, that's it. Bye-bye.